Okay. Yeah, I saw him today. Okay. For what? Oh, okay. All right, good night, everybody. Is that too loud and echoey? Is that good? Is that good? Is that, okay. So we get to Hoshana Rabbah, and there are a couple of things we're celebrating. And the first thing is that we're celebrating Yom Tov of rain. Celebrating rain, it's, the whole idea of the Hoshanas and clapping the Hoshanas. We say it's all the Takonas Deviyim at the end of davening tomorrow, where you bang the Hoshanas on the ground. They're different minhagim. Some of the minhag, if you're a little kid, you keep hitting. If you're doing the right thing, so then you hit 5 times. That's the official minhag is 5 times. So you get sometimes people try to do it on the edge of the seat or something to try to strip off as many leaves as possible. But the mice of the minhag is 5 times. There are other minhagim that say no, you keep on clapping, whatever it is. What are we doing when we're clapping with the Hoshanas? Is we're symbolically, it's a minhag neviim, it's a takana. There's a very another. Sorry, there are different minhagim in Klal Yisrael. If you say, for example, there's a minhag to sing Zmiris on Shabbos. There's a minhag to sing Zmiris. You don't have to sing Zmiris if you don't want to sing Zmiris, but it's a minhag. Yisrael to sing Zmiris. There are other minhagim that are stronger minhagim. And a stronger minhag, I mean, it's not you're not over on an aveira, you're not even mevatel and asay if you don't do it, but it is a very powerful minhag, this idea of the Hoshanas. You obviously try not to hit the guy in front of you, and that's the same thing when you march around with the lulav. When you march around with the lulav, the first thing that you teach a kid when you give a kid a lulav, a little child, first halacha you teach him is don't poke the guy in the front of you in the back of the neck, right, or the guy behind you in the eye. That's the first thing your parents should teach children when they give them a lulav. So, and I make a point of never standing right behind or in front of a kid when I go around the circle in Hoshanas. I've learned from experience, from various injuries, that better to let somebody else take the hit. So we're celebrating. It's the Yom Tov of rain. Now, it's an interesting thing when you think about water in the history of the world. If somebody were to ask you, has there been more destruction in the history of the world as a result of water or as a result of fire? I think, once in a while you hear about a big fire, you hear about a big, what do you call it, big calamity, it's a big fire. But even in Chicago, there's a famous Chicago fire. In Chicago fire, half the city burnt down. That was, I think, back in, when was that? In the late 1800s, Mrs. Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicked over a lantern, and half the city of Chicago burnt. They should have taken Comiskey Park with it, which is where the White Sox play, but it wasn't built yet. But so fire has been very destructive. On the other hand, if you think about how much destruction water has brought to the world, you can't even compare. There's no sense between a kutza and a kutza. You take a look at how much water destruction, starting with the Mabul, but even since the time of the Mabul, when there's a flood, or where there's for example, they had a tsunami. If you remember, I don't remember how many years ago it was, there was a tsunami in Indonesia that wiped out 250,000 people. You never have a fire like that. 250,000. There's a disaster. Where was it? And that they had the big fire in Hawaii, and what was 1,000 people died. Right? That's considered a massive. It is obviously a massive disaster. When you compare that to what water has destroyed, and you compare what the destruction of water. So there's no comparison between the two. So here we are, we're davening for water, we're hoping for water. On the other hand, the person has to know that you need, in order to benefit from water, we need siyata d'shmaya. You have to have siyata d'shmaya in everything we do. But the water, the same water that's coming down, which is what we call gishmei bracha, the water could just as easily become water of destruction. And so a person has to have the siyata d'shmaya. And where do we find this example of siyata d'shmaya? For the classic example in the Torah, where you find when Klal Yisrael were crossing the Yam Suf. When they're crossing, they got to the Yam Suf. The Chazal darshan hayam rov hayanos. The sea saw, and therefore the sea fled. Hayam ra'ah, it saw. Vayanos, it fled. And Chazal say, darshan nos mipnei hanos. It fled from the one who fled. Who was the one who fled? Yosef, a tzaddik, who fled from Mrs. Potiphar. Yosef ran away from Mrs. In the schus of Yosef running away from Mrs. Potiphar, So the Yam Suf split for Hayam Ra of Vayanos. What did it see? It saw the bones of Yosef. It saw they were carrying the bones of Yosef, and it saw the bones of Yosef. It saw the bones of Yosef and made the sea split. What do you learn from that? What does that mean? It saw the bones of Yosef. What it means is that when a person, the Yam sees somebody who does the Ratzon Hashem, somebody who carries out God's will, and in history, no man in history has ever been faced with a test of God's will like Yosef Atzadik. And Yosef Atzadik was willing to conform to God's will, and therefore that's the siyata d'shmaya that protects a what do you call it? Now, Lamaisa, you always need siyata d'shmaya. In all areas of life, a person needs siyata d'shmaya. They had there was an incident here in Israel. There was a couple that they were married. They were living on a left wing kibbutz. Those of you who are not familiar with the Israeli culture, the farther left you go, the more anti you get. And the left-wing kibbutzim have had a history of anti-religious. We had one guy at Ohr Somayach who came from a kibbutz. I've met two guys in my history of my being at Ohr Somayach, two guys over the years who had never seen tefillin. One was from Miami, and the other was from a left-wing kibbutz here in Israel. Born and raised like you, never saw a pair of tefillin. So it's unbelievable. So this couple was living on a left-wing kibbutz, and somehow something happened and they became Balei Tshuvas. They decided to move. They left the kibbutz and they moved to Mea Sharim. Now, the distance between a left-wing kibbutz and Mea Sharim is geographically it's not as far, but you can't get much farther ideologically in the world than a left-wing kibbutz and living in Mea Sharim. So this couple is living on Mamish from as could be. And the only problem was that the wife was a cigarette smoker, and she could not stop smoking on Shabbos. So she would smoke on Shabbos. Now in Mea Sharim, for a woman, A, to smoke is out of the ordinary, and B, for a woman to smoke on Shabbos is certainly out of the ordinary. The only time they ever smoke in Mea Sharim is when they're setting a garbage can on fire. But other than that, there's no smoking. There's certainly no smoking on Shabbos. And so this woman, the husband is getting very frustrated. His wife wouldn't stop smoking. So eventually got to the point where he's ready to get divorced. He can't be married to a woman who says Bechal Shabbos. So they didn't know what to do. So they went to Rabbi Yashiv. And Rabbi Yashiv Zatzal said they have to check her yichus. So that's very strange. We didn't come to ask about her yichus. We asked about her smoking on Shabbos. Rabbi Yashiv said check her yichus. So they checked her yichus, and it turned out that her grandmother had a Reform conversion, which means her grandmother wasn't Jewish, her mother wasn't Jewish, she wasn't Jewish. So Yosef said, do a conversion. So they did a conversion, al pi halacha, and the next week she didn't smoke on Shabbos. She had zero craving to smoke on Shabbos. Zero. So they asked Rabbi Yashiv, what, Mamish Ruach HaKodesh? How did you know? So they said, that's not Ruach HaKodesh. By the way, just because Rabbi Yashiv said it wasn't Ruach HaKodesh doesn't mean it wasn't. Most people who have Ruach HaKodesh aren't going to say, yeah, that was Ruach HaKodesh. That wasn't even a good day. You wait till you see a good day. I'll show you what real Ruach HaKodesh is. Most are going to deny it anyway. Rabbi Yashiv said it was nothing to do with Ruach HaKodesh. Elamai. He saw that this was a couple that was making an effort. And certainly the husband who's Jewish. They made an effort. They They went from being completely secular to being religious. Rabbi Yashiv said, they already earned siyata d'shmaya. Now, when they were living on the kibbutz, he's married to a non-Jewish woman. There he is, living with the shiksa on a kibbutz. But once he made the step to go ahead and change his life, Rabbi Yashiv said that he earned the siyata d'shmaya, that he's going to find out that his wife is not Jewish, and he could make the conversion. And they said that by the next Shabbos, the craving to smoke stopped. She never smoked again on Shabbos. I don't know, maybe she stopped altogether. I don't know, but it could be the price of cigarettes went up, so she stopped. But she certainly stopped on Shabbos. That's the siyata d'shmaya. Number one, Rav Simcha Zelig Rieger, if you've heard of Rav Simcha Zelig, he was the posek in Brisk, where Chaim Brisker was the Rav. The Rav, they had a posek. The Rav was involved in everything in the Shkita and the school. They ran the city. The Rav ran the city, but they had a posek when he had day-to-day shilas. So he went to a posek. The Rav Simcha Zeller Grieger was the posek in Brisk, and people went in with the shilas, and after Rav Simcha Zeller Grieger, after Rav Chaim, so the Brisker Rav, the Tzigzev took over, so Rav Simcha Zeller was the posek for the Brisker Rav also. He lived in the same building, and that was his job as the posek. So a lady once somebody came to him with a shaila. And it was a very, very complicated shaila. And he said that he has to wait. It was an Erev Shabbos. And he said it's a very complicated shaila. And he started looking it up. He said, I'll have to look at it later. Right now I have to go to the mikveh. So he said, come back to me in a couple hours. I have to look it up. I have to think about it. And he went off to the mikveh. And on the way to or from the mikveh, he saw a piece of gediza. There was some discarded sefer. There's a page from a sefer on the ground. So he decided to pick it up to put it in the gediza. He picks up the sefer, the piece of paper. It was a tshuva. It was a responsa from an old Shaila's V'tshuva sefer, where a Rav had been asked the Shaila, and it was the exact Shaila that Rav Simcha Zelig had just been asked by this person. And he found the paper lying on the street, and he picked it up, and he was able to answer the Shaila. Because when a person does the Ratzon Hashem, the person is Zochet to Siyata Dishvai. Poskim will tell you all the time that they have sometimes the Posek will open up a sefer and find the question he was looking for is right there in the sefer. So Simcha Zeller was like, that's the first lesson. The first lesson is we always need Siyata Dishvai. So when you come with to what do you call it? You come to a davening to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for rain, and you see that even the Gemara says that Choni Amago is Choni the circle maker, where they had a drought, and so Choni Amago drew a circle, and he got into the circle. He said, I'm not getting out of the circle until you make, he said to Rebbe Shalom, I'm not getting out of the circle until you make it rain. So the rain came down, and at first it came down in drips. The Choni Amago said, that's not the kind of rain I asked for. So it came down in flooding. It was flooding. So you see that you could get, somebody once, they say, don't, be careful what you ask for because you might get it. Sometimes people would like a lot of money. And you ask their brother for a lot, then they get a lot of money. I'm still waiting, but I've been asking and I'm still waiting. But you get a lot of money, and then you find out that also you've just got different, you have different challenges with a lot of money. You have different challenges. You just got more. You just have more money. They have now the Powerball. Is it $1.4 billion? The current Powerball. Yeah, I like that. We smiled just hearing the number. Right? $1.4 billion. All right, you don't get it all. If you win, you take a lump payment, so you're only going to get about $800 million. I don't know, so I'm just waiting for it to go up a little bit more before I buy a ticket. But when you buy if you win $800 million. It happens to all of us soon. Say amen. Say amen. So if you happen to win $800 million, so you're going to just have a whole bunch of other problems, a whole bunch of other challenges. You're not going to be able to sleep at night. You're not going to be so what do you call it? You got till you're going to be all for tumult. So whatever it is that a person is asking for, so a person needs a tremendous amount of siyata d'shmaya. That's the basic idea here. At a deeper level, it's ein mayim ela Torah. What are we asking for? What are we davening for? What is this chag about? Let's go to a different question. There's a famous question. I'll tell you that there's an interesting mashal. Mashal is a parable. The Dubna Magid was the famous Rav Yaakov Krantz who lived in the 18th century. So he was once visiting by the Vilna Gaon. The Gra used to ask the Magid he would give him Musar and he would ask him for a mashal. So he gave him the following mashal. I'll tell you what the dimshal is in a second. He said the following. There was a king and a queen, and they didn't have any children. So they went to a wise man, and they asked the wise man for a bracha. They went to a chacham, and they asked the chacham for a bracha. The chacham said, I'll give you a bracha, you're going to have a daughter, but on one condition. She's not allowed to see any men at all, and no men are allowed to see her at all until after she's married. Okay, whatever you want. I promise you whatever you want. And as a result, he said he'll be good. Apparently, he said, if they give me a promise, they'll have a child, so that'll be good to the Jews, whatever it was. Okay, his wife gets pregnant. And as soon as she got pregnant, he had his wife go off and live on an island. He built an island with a whole, infrastructure in order to raise the child. And sure enough, 9 months later, she had a daughter. And they had all sorts of maidservants there, and they had female teachers, and probably women drivers, whatever it is, they had over there on the island for the I guess he flew out to the island with female pilots, and they had, by the way, El Al, they actually have female pilots nowadays. I don't know if you've ever been. I was on a plane once. I remember hearing she was the co-captain. He was a co-captain. But then in El Al, by the way, this is totally parenthetical, but El Al flew one plane with both the captain and co-captain who were female. They flew the plane. It was from Israel to Cyprus. I guess they were starting small, but they flew the plane. Let's not get carried away here. But they flew a plane with two female pilots. So what do you call it? So this they're raising this lady on this. She's raising the child. The baby is born, and she's a beautiful child. And they teach her. They have education. She's smart. She's clever. She's witty. The whole thing. Okay, she's gets an age where it's time to get married. Now they got to go find a husband. So they propose. One of the high-ranking officials. The king says, "Listen, I have an idea for a shidduch between your son. I heard you have a wonderful son. Your son and my daughter." So the guy is very honored. Yeah, wow, I'd love to make a shidduch with the king's daughter. It'd be a terrific thing. And the king says, "Oh, there's just one condition. Your son can't see her until after they're married." The guy's like, what's the problem? Okay, what's the catch? Anybody who's had shidduchim nowadays, if you ever married off a kid nowadays, so immediately when you hear something like that, okay, well, what's the catch? They can't see the girl. What does she look like? Or what's the problem? She's got, she's let out of prison recently. It could be anything. So nobody was interested. It's the king's daughter, and nobody's interested in marrying the girl. Finally, he found one guy, a very fine young man. And the king said, "Listen, I want you to marry my daughter. I'll give you as much money as you want. Just marry my daughter. She's a wonderful girl. Trust me." So the guy said, "I don't know." He says, "I'll give you a lot." He gives him the whole pile, promises a pile, and they get married. And the guy's pleasantly surprised. She's beautiful. She's wonderful. She's witty. She's everything good. I can't believe it. They're married for about 4 months. And after 4 months, he comes to the king and he says to the king, "I want to make another wedding celebration." The king says, "Why do you want to make a wedding celebration? You're married already." He said, "Yeah, but you see, the first time I got married, I didn't realize what a wonderful thing I was getting. Now that I've been married for 4 months and I see how wonderful and terrific she is, now I want to make a celebration that I could really enjoy because I really appreciate what it is that I'm selling, what kind of wife I have." Which Rabbi said, by the way, those of you who are married, you're supposed to leave tonight and go home and say to your wives, "Wow, you know what? Let's make another celebration because I've never realized how wonderful you are." Right? Yeah, that is tonight's Musar Haskell. None of you are going to do it, but it's certainly a good idea. So the what do you call it? So the king. Okay, what's the nimshal? What's the nimshal? The nimshal is the famous question: why are we celebrating now? We're going to have tomorrow night. We're going to have Hakafot, and we're going to be dancing and singing and celebrating the completion of the Torah, the Simchat, what they call Chutzlaretz. They even have a special day, Simchat Torah, to celebrate the completion of the Torah. Why are we celebrating the Torah? The anniversary of the giving of the Torah was 4 months ago in Sivan. Vav Sivan, the Torah was given. Why are we dancing and celebrating now, as opposed to we should be doing it Vav Sivan? We should have the big celebration on Shavuos instead of sitting around eating cheesecake. We should on Shavuos. We should what do you call it? Instead of staying up all night learning, we should stay up all night dancing and celebrate the Torah. Why are we doing it now? The answer is that Klal Yisrael at Har Sinai, when they received the Torah, they said, "Nasa v'nishva." Why did they say Nasa v'nishva? Kaf alayim har kikikas, because Ruach held a mountain over their heads. And they blindly accepted the Torah. They say, "Okay, we'll take the Torah." But they didn't realize what a gift the Torah was at the time. They got married, kaviyachol, to Torah. But they didn't realize what Torah is. They took it sight unseen. Like a man getting married, sight unseen. Can you imagine such a thing? Sight unseen. So they got the Torah, and they took the Torah, and after 4 months of learning Torah and living as a Torah Jew, then a person Torah says, "Wow, this is wonderful, this is unbelievable." So now that we appreciate what Torah is, now that we've had the Torah, we've learned Torah, we've tasted Torah, so Memela, a person is able to Ein Mayim Ela Torah. So now we celebrate the Chag of Mayim and the Chag of Torah. It's all one package over here, because now we appreciate what Torah is. Excuse me 1 second. So it says, "Ein Mayim Ela Torah." That's not why I drink, by the way. That's not like show and tell. It's a visual aid in class. I was actually thirsty. But it says, "Ein Mayim Ela Torah." So when it comes to Talmud Torah, what does that mean, Ein Mayim Ela Torah? We always say Ein Mayim Ela Torah. So everybody knows when it comes to food, you could go a long time without food. A person is capable of surviving for a long time without food. I remember back years ago when they had the I think it was called the IRA, the terrorist group in England. And in England they were fighting They had the Irish Republican Army or something, who were fighting the English, and these guys were terrorists, and eventually they caught them, and they went on hunger strikes. Now, I was a kid at the time. I remember, it's a long time ago, and I just remember that one of the guys set the record. He went 66 days without food before he died. They actually fasted to that. Then a guy broke his record. I think he hit 71. Right? Okay, he didn't have broken the home run record, but he hit 71 days. And on the what do you call it? In my mind, everything was a statistic, like who was the best and who led the league, that sort of thing. So the guy who led the league in starvation, he made 71. But you could go in water. You can't survive for more than 3 days. You can't survive without water. So ein mayim ela Torah. That means that a Torah Jew, the same way that water is the most basic form of nutrition that a human being needs, we cannot survive without water. Very quickly, a person can become dehydrated. The same way, ein mayim ela Torah, a person has to know the chashivas of Torah is such that Torah is like water. Now, I want to tell you something. I was once going through a period of allergies. I was getting allergic reactions. Didn't know what it was. The doctor tried this medication, this food. They tried. Couldn't figure out what it was. Also during Sukkot time. It was at its peak during Sukkot time. And he couldn't figure out what it was. And at a certain, he tried this, he tried that. So the doctor was a good friend of mine. And as one day I said to him, while we were going through the various possibilities and various experiments, I said to my doctor, what happens if somebody becomes allergic to water? He kind of rolled his eyes into a ridiculous question. He rolled his eyes. So they're in trouble, okay? That's what he said. A few years later, there was an incident in England. A woman gave birth. When a woman gives birth, her body goes haywire. Her body's just completely out of whack. A woman in England gave birth, and she developed an allergy to water. There are like 17 cases in medical history like this of a woman who developed an allergy to water. She couldn't touch her. She couldn't put water on her hands. She couldn't come in contact with water once a week. She was able to dab some water on herself once a week in order to instead of a shower, she was able to dab water on herself. Now, and then I have the obvious question: so what did she drink? Now, I'm only reporting to you what it said in the report. The report was the only thing she could drink was Diet RC. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. It simply means that Diet RC is freshly squeezed chemical juice with no water in it at all, apparently. Not sure why. That was the only thing she could drink. And the woman said, she was quoted in an interview, she said, "My life is no life." When she said that, the coin dropped. That's what it means, ein mayim ela Torah. Ein mayim ela Torah means that a person devoid of Torah is not what do you call, a person devoid of Torah is not able to survive. We can't live without Torah. Torah is the basic well. So we're asking on Kodesh Baruch Hu for water. What are we really asking for? It's twofold. We're asking for the physical bracha of water, that water should come down on water, but we're also asking for the hashpah, that we should all be connected to Torah. This is the chag. We should all be. This is the whole point of it. The whole point. What do we need the physical hashpah for? We need the physical blessings in order that we could get on with the important things in life. And the important things in life are obviously to sit and learn Torah. Why was it? Everybody knows that Yisachar and Zvulun had a relationship. Everybody knows Yisachar and Zvulun. Yisachar supported Zvulun in the Torah. Zvulun supported Yisachar. Zvulun was a merchant, and Yisachar was, what do you call it? Yisachar was where they were the one that studied Torah. So unfortunately, asked, why Zvulun? Why was Zvulun the one who supported Yisachar? The fact that they were brothers, okay, they weren't twins. It could have been Reuven and Yisachar. It could have been Shimon and Yisachar. Why was it Dafka, Zvulun, and Yisachar? So one of the fortunes, I think the Chassam Sofer, if I'm not mistaken, he says, you see, what were the rest of the Jewish people doing? What were the rest of Klal Yisrael doing? They were agriculture. They were farmers. And the Gemara Bracha says that Rabbah said to his Talmidim, 2 months out of the year, you should be involved in your parnasa. 1 month in summer, 1 month in winter. What did they do the rest of the time? If for 2 months out of the year they were involved in their parnasa, what were they doing the rest of the time? The rest of the time they're sitting and learning. What was Zvulun? Zvulun was a merchant. So Zvulun, as a merchant, did not have the... What did they do the rest? Well, everybody else, 10 months out of the year, they learned. 2 months a year, they worked their fields. 10 months out of the year, they were learning. Because Rabbah said 2 months out of the year, you should spend it, or they could rest, or we could work the rest of the time. Zvulun were merchants. They didn't have that same. They were always on the road. They didn't have that same opportunity. Their connection to Torah was they would support Yisachar. That was their connection. By the way, the Rambam had a brother who supported the Rambam. The Rambam had a Yisachar Zulun relationship with his brother. His brother was a merchant, and his brother went lost at sea. And eventually, when his brother went lost at sea, that's when the Rambam became a doctor. He had to make parnasa, he became a doctor. Up until that point, the Rambam sat and learned. He learned in Kola. And it was only when his brother went lost that the Rambam was what he called it. The Rambam got that. Now, that's also interesting because the Pasuk says, by Zvulun, V'hu al Yamim Yishkon, I think it says. What's it? Everybody remember the Pasuk by Zvulun? V'hu al Valkore. What does it say by Zvulun? V'hu al B'chof. Right. Okay. L'chof Yamim Yishkon. Right, that's what I thought. Thank you. I didn't remember. Chof Yamim Mishkan. Chof Yamim means that Zvulun was bordering the Yam. What does it mean he's bordering the Yam? Who is the Yam? The Yam is Yisachar. Yisachar is Torah. Who al Chof Yamim Mishkan. Zvulun lives next to the Yam. That means Zvulun is connected to Yisachar. Yisachar represents Torah. That's the idea of Ein Mayim El Torah. Rav Shmuel Birnbaum, by the way, was the Rosh Yeshiva, the Mir Yeshiva. So he's known as a tremendous masvid. Shmuel Birnbaum was known as a tremendous masvid. You ever see pictures of him, like at a chasna, there's always an empty seat next to him. Because it was known that when anybody would come up to see Rav Shmuel Birnbaum and say, Shalom Aleichem, he didn't mean to say, Shalom Aleichem, what are you holding? Right? And wherever they were holding, you're learning Makkos. Did you see the Ritva and Daf Yud Gimel? You know, that was it. So people, there's always, and he was fine with it, because then he could sit and learn. Anybody who came over to him immediately turned. There was no chit chat. He was once sitting on a plane. Shmuel Birnbaum was sitting on a plane, and there was an alumnus of the Mir Yeshiva was sitting up front in business. And at a certain point, the alumnus had to go back to the back of the plane. He had to go get something. He goes to the back of the plane. No, sees there's Rosh Yeshiva sitting there. He comes to the Rosh Yeshiva and says, Rebbe, I felt bad. He said, Rebbe, please, let's switch seats. You go sit up in business. I'll sit over here. Before Birnbaum said to him, I don't need a seat in business. I need a chavrusa. Tell the guy next to me to go sit in business. You sit down, let's learn. How's that for an upgrade? Downgraded into an upgrade. You know, that's what it means. That in Mayim El Torah, that a person says, hey, listen, this is my life. Torah is my life. There's nothing else. From Chaim Kanievsky, Yadua, I'm sure you know the story, that the what do you call it? The Rebbitzin once asked, Reb Chaim was known, he did not know how to make a cup of tea. The Rebbitzin once was not feeling well, and she asked Reb Chaim to make a cup of tea for her. So he said, sure, certainly. So he got up, and he turned around to her and said, how do I make tea? So somebody apparently heard this story and said to the Rebbitzin, how could it be that your husband does not know how to make a cup of tea? So the Rebbitzin said, if he knew how to make a cup of tea, he wouldn't have written all those svarim. Obviously, Chaim Kanievsky was the ultimate in Ein Mayim El Torah. By the way, his wife used to make him a treat every Rosh Chodesh. Very important people. Even Reb Kanievsky gave him a treat every Rosh Chodesh. One Rosh Chodesh. How do you like that? How do you like that? On Rosh Chodesh, you got a treat. And what they call a treat, what we call a treat. Don't worry, it wasn't Blue Label. On Rosh Chodesh, she would give him a treat. So one Rosh Chodesh, she gave him ice cream. Reb Chaim asked her what bracha. She told him bracha. He makes the bracha. And he'd never had ice cream before in his life. He'd never had ice cream. And he made the bracha. He ate the ice cream. So the Rebbe said to him, how did you like it? He said, well, it was very tasty, just a little too cold for me. Right? Why would anybody want to eat something, that's cold? Why he just couldn't figure it out. So we hear things like that. Like, what how can what are you talking about? The answer is that's what it means. That's what that's the Ein Mayim El Torah. The person has to know. That's our life. Mimela, that's what we're davening for now. Okay, so the Warren Brachas says, everybody knows that Rabbi Akiva was captured by the Romans. And there was a man named Pappus ben Yehuda. And Pappus ben Yehuda was also captured by the Romans. He was thrown into jail with Rabbi Akiva. So this Pappus ben Yehuda, he said to Rabbi Akiva, there's a famous mashal. Right? Rabbi Akiva says to Pappus ben Yehuda, that he said you're teaching Torah in public. Your Romans decreed against teaching Torah. So Rabbi Yehuda brought him the famous mashal of the fox and the fish. Now, if you pay attention to the mashal of the fox and the fish, what did the fox say to the fish? The fish are scampering around in the water. And the mashal says, he said to him, the fox said to the fish, what are you guys scampering around for? So the fish said to him, because the hunters are coming, the fishermen are coming, they're going to throw out the notes and they're going to capture us. So the fox said, well, listen, why don't you come out and live on dry land, just like our ancestors used to live together on dry land? And the fish said to him, you're supposed to be the wisest of animals. You're nothing but a fool. If in our natural habitat we're in danger, which is water, so we're certainly going to be in danger if we go out, if we leave our natural habitat, we're going to be even worse off. You stop and think about, first of all, the 2 points here. Number one, listen to what the fox said to the fish. He said, why don't you come out on dry land and live together like our ancestors used to live together on dry land? Now, this fox was not an evolutionist, by the way. You know, did you ever meet fish living on dry land? Right? When do they said, well, back then our ancestors lived together on dry land. No, they didn't. No fish ever lived on dry land with what do you call, with foxes or otherwise. They never lived on dry land. So what I think, Shot, is that Chazal are telling you, what are the fish? The fish are in water. And there's always disruptions. There are always disturbances for a person who wants to learn. Learning is the biggest mitzvah. Talmud Torah keneged kulam. There is no mitzvah bigger than learning Torah. The person learns Torah, and then disruptions. And sometimes they're very big disruptions. So what does a person do? He leaves the water to go take care of the disruptions, but that's all a deception. If he would just stay in the water, if it's going to be a problem, it's going to be a problem outside the water also. Learning Torah is not going to make the problem worse. Learning Torah is not going to make a person does not become worse because he learns Torah. It's not going to make there are obviously exceptions. The person has to go home and help his wife with the kids, and the person has to make parnasa, whatever it is. But if a person's leaving Torah, so what is the decoy over here? A lie. It's a blatant lie. It's a sheker gas. He says, why don't you come out on dry land just like our ancestors lived together on dry land? That is the attempt when the Yetzer Hara is making an attempt to pull us away from it. He'll resort to anything. A blatant lie. Absolute not an iota of truth to it to pull away from Torah, number one. Number two, this is very, very a remarkable phenomenon. Do you ever see a fish on dry land? When they take a fish out of water and they put the fish on dry land, what does it look like? What happens to the fish? Fish goes flopping around and bouncing around, right? The fish on dry land, he's bouncing around all over till he dies. But in the beginning, when he's on dry land, what happens? The fish is flopping around, bouncing around, right? You ever see a fish on dry land? Boom, he's jumping around all over. You barely get a hold of him. There's an illusion in life that people who are not living with Torah in a Torah life, the fish looks more alive out of the water than he does in the water. The fish is jumping around. He's got all that energy outside the water. But what is it really? It's really he's in his death throes. That's what he really is. You find people who are outside of a Torah world, and it looks like they're just having all that fun out there. They're just all that excitement and energy and fun and everything else. And what it really is they're the death throes for most of the people. They're flopping around. It could be whether they're in a club or in a bar or whatever it is that people are doing, and jumping around and getting filled very much like fish, except there's music in the background. And what is it? It's really a form of death. They're on their way out. So the life source of a Jew, is Torah. And obviously we need siyata d'shmaya in our learning. That's the most important thing that we're looking for in life, is we're looking for the siyata d'shmaya that we should have to say in our learning, the same way we want siyata d'shmaya, that the rain should be a blessing for us in the physical realm. We want that ein mayim ela Torah, the Torah that comes down should be a blessing for us in our Torah, that we should be successful in Torah, that we should enjoy Torah. The person should learn Torah, and he should enjoy the Torah. That the Torah, it's not just because I have to do it, but that we should develop an actual taste for Torah, where a person is drawn after the Torah, and that becomes his life pursuit. So we have Sukkot, and we have the answer to the question of why we're celebrating the Hakafot now, why we're celebrating Simchat Torah now. Atzeres now. Why do we have Sukkot now? There's a famous question that's asked, why are we celebrating Sukkot now? And so okay, the answer that we dafka do it, we don't do it when it's summer, we go out, we wait till the fall to do the celebrate the Sukkot. There's an idea, why does Sukkah follow Yom Kippur? Why is it that Sukkah we have Yom Kippur, and we become Baal Tshuvas, and then we have Zman Simcha Seder. What's the Simcha of Sukkah? So there was a what do you call it? A yeshiva. Nowadays everything's a letter. Right? There are BTs, right? FFBs, right? Which sometimes stands for from birth. It stands for fractures from birth. There's ADD, ADHD, right? There's also everything's a letter. I don't know. Every time I hear ADD, I think of my report card in high school, except that the A stood for absent. And everything's got to be a letter now. So there was a yeshiva for Bachar who are what's called OTD. You know what that is? OTD or they're off the derech. OTD is off the derech. Then there's AOTD, which is almost off the derech. And then there's KAR, which is kids at risk. There's AAR, which is adults at risk. Right. So that's everything's a letter. So there was a yeshiva for kids at risk, for kids who are struggling with their Yiddishkeit. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there's a bacher, and he's sitting on his bed, and he's drinking a Pepsi, and he's smoking a cigarette. All of a sudden, the door opens, and the mashgiach walks in, and he takes a look at him. The mashgiach is wearing a kittel, and he's got a talis on. It's 5 in the afternoon, and he says to him, "Oi, tzadikol, today we don't drink and smoke. It's Kol Nidre now, or it's Yom Kippur." The bacher, he told me this. The bacher told me this himself. The bacher was from a frum home. He did not know it was Yom Kippur. Rosh Hashanah had come and gone. He did not know anything about Rosh Hashanah. Schedule at the time was he slept all day and he ran around at night. He was in clubs, on beaches, everything else. Rosh Hashanah came and went. He did not know it was Rosh Hashanah. He did not know it was Yom Kippur. Eventually, he got married and was learning in Koil. Last I heard, he was in Koil with the family, Baruch Hashem. One way or another, he made it back. That's a true Baal Tshuva. That's a true Baal Tshuva. We had a bacher here at Ohr Somayach. The bacher at Ohr Somayach who told me, he was also from a frum home, and he was in a club doing club things, like fish jumping around out of water. And one night, he was in a club, and all of a sudden he said to himself, "What am I doing?" And he walked out of the club. He decided to fast the next day. He fasted. He told me he put on tefillin for the first time in about 4 years. He put on tefillin. Today he's involved in Jewish outreach. That's a pure Baal Tshuva. It's like a Rebbe Lozer ben Durdaya type Baal Tshuva. Zman Simcha Seinu is because we just came off of a Yom Kippur. We come off of a Yom Kippur, we're completely cleansed. We're cleansed. A person has to believe that, by the way. A person has to believe that Yom Kippur cleanses. Part of the kapara of Yom Kippur is just believing that Yom Kippur is a kapara. So we come off of a Yom Kippur, we're completely cleansed. Well, if a person is, you ever been running around outside? So a guy just told me he goes to Simchas Beis HaShoeva, comes back at 4 o'clock in the morning after being jostled by the crowds and doing some jostling himself and coming back to his room all sweaty. All he's thinking about is taking a shower. And you take that shower. Any time a person's been sweated up and filthy, you take a shower and you just have, I just feel so refreshed and so clean. That's how we're meant to feel after Yom Kippur. After Yom Kippur, we're refreshed, we're cleansed. We are 100% Balei Tshuva after Yom Kippur. What's the problem? The danger is that a person could easily fall into complacency. And that we need to remember that we have to continue growing. The Torah Jew has to grow. So what do? We take the Daled Minim. What color are the Daled Minim? Green, yellow. We take these Daled. What's the common denominator of the Daled Minim? And same with the Schach. We surround ourselves. We got Schach above us. We got the Daled Minim in our hands for the entire Sukkot. What's the common denominator? These are all things that grow. These are not things that are inanimate. These are things that have all grown. They've grown out of the earth. it's a reminder to us that we come to Sukkot, there's a reminder that we have to grow. There's an idea of growing. And therefore, we had a Rebbe, I know a man, there was a Rebbe who was here in the yeshiva, and he's written Svarm on Rebbe Akiva Eger. I was once looking at his notebook. He had notes on Rebbe Akiva Eger. I was looking at his notebook, and in his notebook, he's got a loose leaf notebook. Some of you may not know what that is. By the way, we grew up in a generation where there's actually a loose leaf notebook. There's an item called a pen. They used to actually wrote in a loose leaf notebook. And we used to have telephones that were attached to the wall. Could you believe that? Telephones were actually attached to the wall. And you had to dial them. And if you got a busy, actually manually dial. It was hard. It was rough. And if you got a busy signal, you know what you had to do? You actually had to dial again. But we made it. Here we are. We made it. And so he had this loose leaf notebook. And he was speaking to somebody. So I picked up his notebook. He's got all his notes on Rebbe Akiva Eger, Lumdus. I'm leafing through his notebook. As I get to the back of the notebook, I see a picture. It's a California redwood, a sequoia tree. And it's a picture taken from a down to up angle. Somebody's on the ground taking a picture of this tree going upwards. And it looks like something a girl would have in a notebook. It looks like something a fifth grade girl would have in her notebook. And I take a look at this thing, the tree from downwards upwards. I look at the thing, and I looked at him. I said, why do you have this? He said to me, it's a reminder. Always have to grow. Have to continue growing. So the idea that we come off of a Yom Kippur, I feel so good. I'm cleansed. I'm about tshuva. I'm done. No, we're not done. We're only starting. We're only beginning. You know that there's a practice in Israel. We've done this with Bachar, where we want to break the stereotype, the standard stereotype. A secular person thinks of a yeshiva. We think of a yeshiva. I'm from Chicago. It's a yeshiva. When you think of a yeshiva, we know what a yeshiva is. You walk into Beis Medrash, guys are yelling at each other, guys are energized, the place is pumping with energy. Your average secular person who hears the word yeshiva thinks of a monastery. Kind of a dreary, damp hallways, with melty candles on the wall, and a bunch of morbid people walking around with hoods just like that. That's what they think yeshiva is. One of the efficient methods we have found of shattering that stereotype is actually taking people to other yeshivas. For example, Mir. I once took my shir to the Mir yeshiva, and I brought them up first. I started in the Ezra Nashim, which is the Beis Medrash, and the Ezra Nashim, which is a small Beis Medrash, only has about 300 people there. You look at these guys' faces. They come walking in, like, whoa! They can't believe what's going on. And it's pumping with you. You feel it. It's a tangible energy. And then after a couple of minutes, I said, okay, now let's go down to the real Beis Medrash. And I take them down to the real Beis Medrash where about 800 people are learning. So there was an Israeli outreach organization here in Israel. They took a group of Israeli soldiers, secular soldiers, they took them to Panovich. So they walk into Panovich, and they see that there are, 800, 1,000 guys lit in a Beis Medrash. Again, the same energy. And one of the soldiers is just looking, and they're mesmerized. It's completely shatters all the everything they've read in the left-wing newspapers. And one of these soldiers sees a little old man. So he walks over to this little old man and says, can I ask you a question? How long have you been here? The old man smiles. He goes, about 40 years. 40 years? Are you still making progress? He says, Baruch Hashem, a little bit of progress every day. Baruch Hashem, a little bit of progress. It turned out this little old man was Rav Shach Litzal, Rosh Yeshiva Panovich. It was his lucky day. Rav Shach is telling us, yeah, even Rav Shach, even at the young age of 90 or 95, is still making progress every day. There's still progress. That's the growth. That's what the Torah wants from us. Finally, we go to the Hakafot. What happens at the Hakafot? We go dancing around in circles, right? We circle. There's a Sefer Torah usually on the bima. Now the Sefer Torah is very much like a chasna, where the chassid, the kala, goes around the chassid. The kala goes around the chassid 7 times. Many different symbolisms for that. That he's going to be the center of his life, of her life, and she builds a wall around him, and she's going to run circles around it. Many different So many different symbolisms. But at the end of the day, don't forget, Rabbi, say, go home and make sure you tell your wives we should really have another celebration. Guys, yeah, wow, wonderful you actually are. Your wife's likely to say, well, why did it take you so long? You know, but whatever it is, it's a good idea. It's probably a good idea. Why are we going around in a circle? We're going around in a circle because the word mechila, a machol means a circle. Isn't that interesting? The word machol is connected to the word mechila. What is mechila? We were forgiven by HaKadosh Baruch Hu at Yom Kippur. What does mechila mean? Mechila means we've come around to the beginning point. We've come full circle with cleansed. So we're dancing around in a machol, celebrating the mechila that we had on Yom Kippur. And by the way, there's no coincidence that the word agol, which is round, is also related to the biggest avera in history, which is the Chet HaEgel. Egel and agol are the same root. And the idea is that we're going around in a circle, and going around in a circle means symbolically, we started at this point, we've come all the way back around, and we've gotten the mechila. So we're celebrating, ultimately now, where we celebrate the water, we celebrate the hashpah of Torah, we're davening for the hashpah of the water, davening for the hashpah of Torah, but it's a zman simchaseinu, because ultimately it's the reminder to us, A, to grow, B, that we've gotten that mechila, and a person who's been forgiven, a person who's gotten a stay of execution, and has been forgiven, he's had a sentence, he's gotten a presidential pardon, a person has been pardoned by a king, so then it's a Torah Simcha. In Mela, it's called Zman Simcha Seder. So the takeaway is that it is a Simcha, and it's supposed to be it's a tremendous Simcha, and the Simcha is supposed to be a reminder for us that we have to continue growing.
In the name of the cross. And we don't have time to develop the idea in its completion. That is, the Vilna Gaon says that the 70 nations fall into two groups. 35 nations get their koach from Yishmael, and 35 nations get their koach from Esav. So Esav and Yishmael are the originators of the 70 nations. Now, what does the Gra mean? Well, I'll tell you what the Gra doesn't mean. The Gra absolutely does not mean and cannot mean that 35 nations are descended from Yishmael and 35 nations are descended from Esav. In fact, none of the 70 nations are descended from Yishmael and Esav. Yishmael and Esav come from Avraham Avinu. The 70 nations of Parshas Noach are the other descendants of Shem, Cham, and Yafet. So the Gra does not mean that the 70 nations come from Esav and Yishmael, but the Gra means that the spiritual roots of 35 nations is from Esav, their spiritual nurturance, and 35 nations come from Yishmael. What could that mean exactly? What does it mean that a nation gets its spiritual shirish from Yishmael or from Esav? Because the emes is Yishmael and Esav represent two different ways of rebelling against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Two different ways of merida. Esav represents the notion of what we call hedonistic materialism, in which there is no God, or God doesn't matter. God is irrelevant. When Esav is willing to sell the birthright to Yaakov, the zechus of Avodah, and Esav says, Hine anochi holech lomos, behold, I'm going to die. Lama zeli b'chayra, who needs the birthright? Again, the Meforshim say, he doesn't just mean I'm hungry, I'm going to die. He means, what's the use of serving God? After this physical world, all there is death. All there is oblivion. I might as well be eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we shall die. And therefore, Esav represents the hashkafa in life, that the only thing that matters is pleasure, the only thing that matters is wealth, the only thing that matters is hedonism. God is irrelevant. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, whether he exists or doesn't exist, you can have variations even within Esav. The notion is, he's irrelevant. That's not what my life is about. That is the Bechina of Esav. That is the Kayach that tries to destroy us and take us away from Hashem, either by physically destroying us or by enticing us with materialism and hedonism of Western culture. Yishmael, the very name Yishmael, spiritual Metzias. Yishmael had the zechus of bris milah. Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer says that the last Golus is the Golus of Yishmael, which will be the most dangerous Golus, because they have a ruchniistic kayach, a kayach of tefillah, a kayach of bris milah, even a zechus of tznius. But what is Yishmael? If Esav represents the notion of rejecting God, Yishmael represents the notion of turning to God for evil and for destruction and for violence. One might say one is ignoring Hashem and the other is distorting, besmirching the idea of Kedusha, to use it for Tumah and Hashchasa. Yeah, they're very frum. A frum application of blowing up a bus, of murdering children. Everything on some perverted way is l'shem shamayim, but it's a perversion of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So essentially, when we look at the nations that try to destroy us, we are hit with sometimes their Esav nation that say, enjoy, eat, drink, and be merry, and forget about God. And sometimes we have the fanaticism of using religion and using HaKadosh Baruch Hu for immoral and destructive ideas. That's what the Gra might mean when he says 35 nations. Some nations come to us with the Kayach of Esav, and some nations come to us with the Kayach of Yishmael. And either of these forces can destroy us. And by the way, they can also exist within us. There are kochos of Esav within us. When we're lazy, we don't want to serve Hashem, we don't want to push ourselves. And then there's kochos of Yishmael, when we use sinas chinam against people who we think are not as righteous as we are. Again, the Netziv in his Hakdama, the Hamek Davar, talks about a certain, he was criticized for it, a certain religious fanaticism that itself is a chilul Hashem in pushing people away. So we have the 70 parim, 35 from Esav, 35 from Yishmael. So what is so important on Hoshana Rabbah? Hoshana Rabbah is called the Yom Hashlum HaParim, the day that the parim are finished, meaning it represents the final victory, symbolically, the final victory of Kedusha over the 70 forces, 35 from Esav, 35 from Yishmael, that tried to destroy him. The great Simcha of Hoshana Rabbah is it represents, it hasn't yet happened, but Sukkot is very much connected to Gog and Magog and the final messianic struggle. That's why the Haftarahs are about Gog and Magog. It represents the defeat of the Shivim Parim, the Yom Tashlam Parim. That creates a great Simcha. So now, let me go backwards to Nisa Chamayim. When David HaMelech talks about, in Tehillim, talks about all the suffering of the Jewish people, and the Jewish people, he's speaking on behalf of Klal Yisrael, past, present, future. He says to Hashem, Banu ba'eshu v'mayim, we have gone through fire and water to serve you. So steht in Chazal, fire is a kinoi for Esav. Esav is the Edom, is described as fire. Remember, the color of fire is red. The redness of fire is the redness of Esav. That's mashchis and mechabel, either physically or spiritually. Mayim, which drowns you, suffocates you, is said to be Yishmael. So Banu, Ba'eshu V'mayim, Chazal say, is the cry of Klal Yisrael. We are attacked by the Kayach of Esav, and we are attacked by the Kayach of Yishmael. The Chayayin of the Mizbeach, which is red, connotes Esav. Esav's return to tshuva. Esav eventually will do tshuva. And during the year, again, primarily we deal, or most Yidnar, we deal with Esav. So during the year we have Nisach Hayayin. Sukkot, however, which is a remiss to the future Geula, and the very last Galus is the Galus of Yishmael. We augment the Nisach Hayayin Keneged Esav with the Nisach Hamayim Keneged Yishmael. And both of them are given back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Both of them are returned to their divine Shirish. And that's the great Simcha. That Yishmael too shall come back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's already a harbinger of the Geula Ha'asida. And therefore the Simcha of Nisa Chamayim is bound up with Mapala of Yishmael. And not in the negative sense, in the sense that Yishmael will do tshuva. Just like Yishmael the person did tshuva, Yishmael the nation will do tshuva. And therefore that is the Simcha of Simchas Beis Shayeva, the final defeat in a spiritual sense of both Esav and Yishmael. And on Hoshana Rabbah, it's confirmed by the Yom Tashlum HaParim, the completion of the parim. That's the more complicated mahalech of why the Simchas Beis Shayeva was such a simcha. It represents the ultimate defeat of Esav, which is the Yayin, and Yishmael, that is the Mayim. And that's why Chazal saw it, Nisach HaMayim, as a messianic reenactment. And it's connected to Sukkot, because Sukkot, after all, is indeed the Zaman of the Milchama of Gog and Magog. In fact, if you go through Nach, you will see that the Mahalach of Geula, the wars of Gog and Magog, are going to essentially occur between Pesach and Sukkot, with Sukkot being the final victory against the enemies of. That is, as I said, the more complicated answer. Let me give you a simpler answer, which is also very, very beautiful, from Rav Hutner. And Rav Hutner says, what is the spiritual makor of Nisa Chamayim? Now, I had mentioned that it's either halacha l'Moshe Sinai or the Gemara has a drasha from the Pasuk. But what is the spiritual background of it? So he says there's a medrash that says that on the second day of creation, HaKadosh Baruch Hu separated. He did a rakia, a separation, a firmament, as the English translation goes. Like people ask, what's a firmament? Oh, it's a rakia, just like, what are phylacteries? Phylacteries are tefillin. This is where the Hebrew word is more familiar than the translation. So the thing is, Hashem separated the upper waters from the lower waters. So the Medrash tells us the lower waters cried to HaKadosh. They said, why have you separated us from you? Your abode is in the Shemayim, and we are now condemned to be in the Orah. We have been separated from you. We have been estranged from you. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to the Mayim HaTachtenim, there will come a time in which you will be uplifted, and you will be poured on the Mizbeach, and you will be reunified with me in Shemayim as a korban that's being given to Hashem. And therefore, Nisa Chamayim, says the Medrash, is the fulfillment of Hashem's promise that the Mayim HaTachtonim that were separated from the Mayim Hoel Yainim will be Zeicha to be reunited. So what does that mean in a general sense? That no matter how rachik you are from Hashem, the rachik becomes a kareh. So Rav Hutner says, this was the great joy of the Nisa Chamayim, because that is actually describing us. In the course of a year, a person does Averos. Averos are a mechitza. The Rambam uses this lesson. Actually, it's based on a pasuk. We do Averos, we are building mechitzas, we are building barriers that separate us from HaKadosh. Aravonos are mechitzos hamavdilos. And as the year goes on and on and on and on, we sometimes make breaches in the wall. And I'm not suggesting that our whole year is a year of continuous failure. It has not been and it will not be. But still, the mechitzas are there. And as a result, we have a richuk from HaKadosh. We're distant from HaKadosh. And when a person is margish the richuk, a person sometimes has feelings of yiyush, despondency, giving up. What's the point? Been there, done that. Is it possible for me to reestablish that relationship of love and connection? And a person is not sure and a person is confused. But then I look at the Nisa Chamayim and I say, what does Nisa Chamayim say? No matter how far you were from Hashem, you get reunited. That's the Simchat. The Simcha of Simchat Beis Shayeva is the capacity of the Rachik to become the Karev. The Rachik to become the Karev. That's an amazing thing. That's a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous Simcha. And that is the yesod of the Simchas Beis Shayeva. Mi shalayra Simchas Beis Shayeva, layra Simcha miyanav. So we have two explanations. The first explanation is that Nisa Chamayim is a remez to the Mapala or the Tshuva of Yishmael, and together with the Nisa Chayayim, which is Keneged Esav, that connotes the kayach of this rishus will disappear. And since Yishmael is the last of the Goliaths, the transformation of Yishmael is the bringing of the Geula. And the second is it's connected to the joy that a Rachai can become a Karev. When I look at that water, I think of me. That's me. And it's an amazing thing. The gift of Tshuva, the chesed of Tshuva. Again, the Gra says, a very famous Gra, I mentioned it a few days ago. Right? People ask the question. We say Sukkah, according to Rabbi Akiva, is a commemoration of Ananei HaKavod. If that's the case, we ought to celebrate Sukkot Pesach time because of the Ananei HaKavod we got when we left Mitzrayim. So says the Gra, Sukkot is not a commemoration of Ananei HaKavod of Mitzrayim because we lost that with the Cheder Egel. But he makes a cheshbon that we regained the Ananei HaKavod of Sukkot. So the Ananei HaKavod of Sukkot are the Ananei HaKavod of Tshuva, not the Ananei HaKavod of Yetzias Mitzrayim. So once again, the Simcha of Sukkot is the Simcha of a korva to Hashem, because accepted our truth. I'm sorry, I do have to interrupt here. I forgot to announce this. This year is dedicated in memory of a very special person, so at this particular break, I need to mention it. The shir is dedicated to Eloi Nishmas, Golda Shena Basi Rachmiel. She was a young woman in her 30s who came to learn Torah with her husband and 3 young children 25 years ago. Unfortunately, she died of cancer very shortly after she came. She was a very, very devout woman who loved Torah, loved learning, was filled with Yiras Shamayim. She died young. She left a very young family. We hope that all of the Divrei Torah should be Le'iloi Nishmata in Gan Eden and continue to be a zechus for her neshama and for all of her family. Again, I apologize to the family for not mentioning this first. But now I want to go to part 2 of the about Hoshana Rabbah. Hoshana Rabbah, I already mentioned, is Yom Tashlum HaParim, and that itself is very significant because that is the conclusion of the defeat of the 70 nations, not necessarily in a negative sense, but even by doing tshuva, by becoming people who base tefillah yikare l'chol ha'amim, that the mikdash will be a base tefillah l'chol ha'amim. But we do know that there are 2 rituals that are unique to Hoshana Rabbah that are different than the rest of Sukkot. The first is the chibut of the first are the Hakafot. Now, let me give you a little background here. The Mishnah in Maseches Sukkah says that Bizman HaMikdash, every single day, there was a Hakafa, there was a circuit around the Mizbeach, and there's a machlokas, was it a circuit with a lulav, or was it a circuit only holding the Aravot? That's a machlokas in the Gemara. Now that was done every single day, but only once. On Hoshana Rabbah, they walked around the Mizbeach 7 times. Now, that is only when there's a Beis HaMikdash, meaning as far as the halacha was concerned originally, when there's no Beis HaMikdash or any other place outside of the Beis HaMikdash, there Bechlal was not a chiyuv of hakafa at all. In fact, the hakafas that we do every day are not only are they not d'oraisa, they're not even in the Gemara at all. The Gemara does not mention at all any minhag of hakafos around a bima in a Beis Knesset. Thank you. The minhag that we have to do hakafos, I'm talking about with the lulav, hakafos during Sukkot, is from the time of the Gaonim. It's not from the time of the Gemara. But obviously, it's Zecher Lamikdash. So, the same way that in the Beis HaMikdash, we do 1 hakafa a day, 7 hakafas on Hoshana Rabbah, so too, that's what we do today. We do 1 hakafa every day except on Shabbos. And tomorrow, in Mitzvot Hashem, we're going to do 7 hakafas. What is the symbolic idea of hakafah? Of course, we're going to have hakafas on Simchat Torah too. I'll leave that talk for Simchat Torah. But right now, I just want to discuss the hakafos of Sukkot and the 7 hakafas of Hoshana Rabbah. So the Gemara, which is not, of course, it's not discussing the bima, it's discussing the Mizbeach, but it's the same idea, connects it to Yericho. When the Jewish people were going to conquer Yericho, the very first city in Eretz Yisrael, for 7 days they walked around it once, and then the 7th day they walked around it 7 times, and the walls collapsed. So Hakafa symbolizes, in spiritual ways that we don't fully understand, the collapsing of a barrier or a wall. encircling something causes barriers to fall. In fact, some say that that is actually the reason why a kala walks around a chas 7 times. So any barriers that exist between them should collapse, should become nullified, should become bought out. So memela and the Yom Tashlam Haparim, which symbolizes the world reaching a higher level of perfection and kedusha. The barriers that separate us from God will vanish and disappear. And that's symbolized by the Hakafot 7 times, just like the Hakafot of Yericho that caused the wall. So it's connected to Nisa Chamayim. Nisa Chamayim, as Rav Footner said, represented the idea of the Rachak becoming the Koreh, the reunification with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So too the collapsing of the walls represents the removal of those mechitzais hamavdil. That is why indeed the Hakafos and Nisa Chamayim are very much connected. That refers to the Hakafos. But then the second thing that is unique to Hoshana Rabbah is the chibut of the Aravot. Right? We have on Sukkot, of course, 4 species. We have lulav, esrog, hadassin, Aravot. But all of a sudden on Hoshana Rabbah, after we do lulav and esrog, we take the lowly Aravot. And there's a machlokas exactly what do you do with it. As a machlokas, do you shake it? Meaning you're supposed to move it in all the directions like a lulav? Or do you beat it? We actually do both. But there's ninua, the shaking, and the chibut, the hitting, the beating of the Aravah. And that is unique. Now again, let me point out, in the Beis HaMikdash, hitting the Aravah was halacha l'Moshe Sinai. Outside of the Beis HaMikdash, chibut Aravah is either a takana of the Nevi'im or a minhag that the Nevi'im established. In other words, it's not like the Hoshanas. The Hakafos we make, that may be a zecher l'mikdash from the Gainim. But the chibut Aravah, that is at a minimum from the Nevi'im. Either a chiyuv of the Nevi'im or a minhag that the Nevi'im established. Very, very important. In fact, it's so important that the Jewish calendar was established in order to ensure that Hoshana Rabbah will never fall out on Shabbos. And one of the reasons why Rosh Hashanah cannot fall out on certain days is because if Hoshana Rabbah would fall out on Shabbos. And if Hoshana Rabbah falls out on Shabbos, we wouldn't be able to hit the Aravah. So Chachamim didn't care about lulav or shofar. Rosh Hashanah can be on Shabbos, no shofar. Sukkot can be on, first day of Sukkot can be on Shabbos, no lulav. Okay, we lose it, we lose it. But Aravah, we can never lose. We have to have Aravah, and the whole calendar was made so Hoshana Rabbah will never fall out on Shabbos. It's impossible for Hoshana Rabbah to fall out on Shabbos. What is the significance of the chibut of the Aravah, the hitting of the Aravah? So here too, I'll share with you 2 explanations. Interesting. One is that everyone knows the well-known medrash, one of the most famous midrashim, that the Daled Minim represent the 4 types of people, right? The esrog, which has a good taste and a good smell, are the tzaddikim who have Torah, that's the taste, Torah inside of them, and the smell is the maisim tovim and the chesed that they do, right? That's the esrog. The lulav, which is a date palm, has a fruit that has a very good taste, that's Torah, but not necessarily all the maisim tovim. The hadassim, that have a smell, but no fruit, represents maisim tovim without Torah. And finally, we have the Aravah, the lowly Aravah, that represents the person without Torah, without maisim tovim. And what does the Torah say on Sukkot? The Torah says on Sukkot, all Yidden have to be brought together to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only when you take all the 4 minim together can there be true simcha, in which we have to reach out and welcome everybody and be mishtatef, every type of Jew, in Avodas Hashem. This is what Chazal say. This is one of the main midrashim on the Daled Minim. It's interesting, though, that the Chafetz Chaim had a nice ha'ara about that well-known medrash. The Chafetz Chaim pointed out, it's true that we take all the four minim, but you will notice that the esrog, in some sense, is a little separated, meaning the hadassim, aravos, and lulav are tied together. The esrog is put into its own box, and then taken in and out. So the Chafetz Chaim says there's a certain remes here, that the Talmid Chacham, who's a tzaddik, should always join with every Jew to do good things, to do mitzvahs together. But when they're going to the movies or whatever it is, the Talmid Chacham needs to separate himself. Meaning, the Talmid Chacham is mechaber himself when people are coming together for good things, and then when they're going off in their own way, he needs to also be able to separate. This, by the way, is an interesting challenge in Kiruv work sometimes. Because again, sometimes people who are in Kiruv, in America, or whatever it is, should they go to the bowling alley? Should they go to the movies? And whatever it is, because they want to be with the people in a way of being makar of them, the Chafetz Chaim is suggesting that there needs to be a certain gavul. Okay, that's a horror of the Chafetz Chaim. But here is what Rosh Shlomo Kluger says. So, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, well, Elul, Rosh Hashanah, Aser Shemei Tshuva, Yom Kippur, Sukkot. We try to bring everybody together. Right before Kol Nidre, we say, we allow even the Avrayanim, even the people who are excommunicated, to come join us. So says Rosh Shlomo Kluger, this is kind of a tough love message. If after all of these things, the Arava is still an Arava, meaning he's still without Torah, without Ma'asim Tovim, and he hasn't been influenced, and he hasn't been changed, the Arava is still an Arava, you've got to take it out and clap it. Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't you realize what you have to do? Meaning, Rosh Shlomo Kluger says, it's kind of a musar. At the end of the Yemei Hadin and at the end of Yemei HaTshuva, you're still an Arava even after all of this? Didn't Rosh Hashanah affect you? Didn't Yom Kippur affect you? Didn't Sukkot affect you? Right, Arava. How can you be an Arava? Now, I want to point out, it's very important when you internalize that message that you don't think about other people. It's not like, hey, how could he be an Arava? It's really a message to us. How can I be an Arava? Have I changed? Or is it just, business as normal? I got, Baruch Hashem, I finished the tshuva stuff, now I can have a regular life again. Right? Am I still in Arava? So it's kind of a musar that, hey, the test of a Yom Tov is, have you been changed? Have you been transformed? If not, you have to clap it in the line. That's one explanation of the significance of chibut arava. How can you not be affected? How can we not be affected? Right? We gotta take steps forward, right? We have to change in positive ways. But there's another way of looking at it, which is by combining a number of these symbolisms that Chazal give, because Chazal give what seem to be contradictory meanings of the Dalit meaning. One meaning is the one we just said, the 4 different types of Jews. But there's another meaning that connects it to great personalities. It says that the esrog is David HaMelech. The esrog is like the heart, that's David HaMelech. The spine is Yosef HaTzadik. The 3 Hadassim are Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. The 2 Aravos are Moshe and Aaron. Okay, that's another medrash. Now, there's a third medrash. Really, it's all in the same place in Emor. That connects it to parts of the body. The lulav is the spine. The esrog is the heart. The hadassim are the eyes. The aravos are the lips. So now, let's look at these 3 associations. Let's zero in on the aravos for a moment. So, one medrash says, Aravos are the Jews without Torah, without Ma'asim Tovim. The worst of the worst. The other medrash says the Aravos represent Moshe and Aaron. A third medrash says Aravos represent lips. And there's a fourth statement to keep in mind, which is not correlated to the Arba Minim per se. The Gemara in Chagiga says there are 7 Shemayims, there are 7 levels of heaven. And the highest level of heaven, the one that's closest to the Kisei Hakafot of Hashem, is called Aravos. Right? That's the phrase we have in the Shabbos Shemiros, and also throughout the Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur davening. Hashem is called Yoshev Aravos, or he's called Rochev Aravos. He rides or sits above the Aravos. Aravos is said to be the highest heaven. Now, as a general principle, we're not mechuyev to make all midrashim consistent with each other. You can have opposite midrashim and they're opposite. But it is very, very telling that l'chara, the midrashim are moving in opposite directions. On one hand, the Aravos is like the worst Jew. On the other hand, the Aravos is Moshe and Aaron. And on the third hand, the Aravos is connected to the mouth, the lips. And then Aravos is the highest Shemayim. How could Aravos be the highest Shemayim if it's the Jew without Torah, without Ma'asim Torah? Right? So how do you bring together all of these different associations? And the key here is the following. The key is, we say at the end of Avinu Malkeinu, we ask Hashem for this and for that and for that and for that and for that and for that. Especially in Eretz Yisrael, because of Duchenim, the last Avinu Malkeinu of Yom Kippur is always stretched out very long. So we were asking and we're asking and we're asking. But at the very end, we say to Hashem, Chaneinu v'yaneinu ki ein banu nas. We spent the whole day doing tshuva on Yom Kippur, and we worked before Yom Kippur. But at the end of the day, the end of that day, we recognize ein banu ma'asim. We come to Hashem with humility. We come to Hashem recognizing that everything is a gift. We come to Hashem without a sense of magia li, without a sense of entitlement, without a sense that I'm so right. So the powerful Musar is the following. During Sukkot, we recognize there are 4 different types of Yidden. Yeah, Tzadikim, Rishayim, Beinonim, different combinations of Torah, Ma'asim Tova. But as we leave Sukkot, we say, yeah, there's greater and lesser and this, and that. But the Etzem, all of us are the same. All of us are Aravas. All of us. In other words, we separate the Arava, not like Rosh Shlomo Kluger was saying, to kind of give Musar to those who didn't learn, but rather, we are Aravas. We come to Hashem, just like in Avinu Malkeinu. We say, Ein banu masim. Asei manu tzedakah v'chesed v'hayshiyenu. The Arava, we shake the Arava Hashem. We are the Arava. We come to you with humility. We come to you begging for your racham. And that is the greatest suchus of all. The greatest suchus is when a person knows that they need the chasdei Hashem. They don't come with gaiva, with arrogance, with a sense of entitlement. As Rashi says in V'yaschanan, tzaddikim understand that when they ask Hashem for anything, it's a matnas chinam, is a gift they don't deserve. And that is why, on one hand, the Arava is ein lo tam v'lo reach. On the other hand, it's Moshe and Aaron, because what was the outstanding quality of Moshe and Aaron? Which was their humility. Moshe is explicitly described as the Anav Mikol Adam, and Aaron as well. Anachnu ma, we are nothing. And through that anava, your lips, the kayach of tefillah, that's what gives you the kayach of tefillah, because David HaMelech says, tefillah liani. The tefillah that Hashem is makabel is not the tefillah of the guy that says, give it to me because I earned it. But the person who says, I am an ani that's mevakesh racham, and we said in Slichos every day, Gedalim ucharashim dafaknu d'lasecha We knock at your door like beggars, asking for your mercy. So now you see a line here. Through the recognition that after all of our tzidkos, we are still in our Rava. We connect to the Anava of Moshe and Aaron. And by connecting to the Anava of Moshe and Aaron, we have the Kayach of Tefillah. And ultimately, we're Zeicha to the highest level of Shemayim. Rochev, the Aravot, Melech Eilamim. Hashem is Rochev and the Aravos. Because Hashem likes to hang out with humble people. That's what the purpose. Estakeyu shval ruach. I'd like to be, Hashem says, with those who are crushed, those who are humble. Those are the people I want to hang around with. Those are the people that I want to be close with. So Mamela, all of this connection. The Chibud HaRava is the recognition after all is said and done. We come to Hashem and we ask for His rachamim, not for our entitlement. And therefore we don't come with the Kayach of an Esrog, Torah and Mitzvot. We don't come as the Hadas, our Mitzvot. We don't even come as the Elula of our Torah. We come as the Aravah. Because the Aravah comes with that Anava, with that humility, which gives us Zechus of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, answering our tefillas. So that's a second of the symbolism of Chibud. Now let me mention a third thing. It's actually very, very interesting. And that is, this is a corner of Nach that unfortunately is often not explored. People aren't aware of it. One of the most interesting, most difficult storm in Nach is the Navi Zechariah. Zechariah was one of the last prophets, Chagai Zechariah Malachi, the very last Nevi'im, at the very beginning of the Bayis Shem. And Rashi himself comments that the Nevuahs of Zechariah are very, very obscure, very, very difficult. They are like a dream. And part of it is because Nevuah is fading away. And as it's fading away, it's less clear because we're losing it. We're in the middle of losing Nevuah. Chagai Zechariah Malachi. And it's interesting that some of the Nevuahs of Zechariah are given dates. And there's one Nevuah of Zechariah that is given the date of the 21st of Tishri. It doesn't say it's Hoshana Rabbah, it doesn't say anything. But it's a Nevuah that was given on Hoshana Rabbah. Even though it doesn't say it's Hoshana Rabbah, it doesn't give it any name at all. And that Nevuah is referring to the idea that when they started building the second Beis Hamikdash, even though you would think it would be a great Simchat, there was a tremendous agmas nefesh and sadness among people. There were older people who had remembered the glories of the first Mikdash. And it even says that they were crying and sobbing because the second Mikdash didn't have the Shechina, didn't have Nevuah, didn't have all of the things of the first Beis Hamikdash. People thought Hashem rejected them, and they thought, what's the use of this? Who needs this inferior Beis Hamikdash? And Zechariah's Nevuah is a criticism from Hashem. Mi baz liyom katnus. Who is the one that despises the day as being too small and too insignificant? Meaning people were saying it's insignificant. And Hashem promised us, Hineni marishes haaretz, a time will come, maybe not now. I will shake up the land. Meaning miracles, amazing things will happen. So some want to say, and this actually fits the Gemara. What does the Gemara say? It says, the Chibud HaRava, the shaking of the Arava, was a takana of the Nevi'im. Some want to say that actually means a takana from Zechariah to be merames to the Nevuah, there'll be a shakeup. Meaning like this. Again, it's an expression of messianic aspiration, which is so connected to Sukkot. Because we look at the Gullus, and the Gullus never seems to end, and things don't really seem to get better. And we have tsaros and tsaros and tsaros, and then we don't have tsaros, Baruch Hashem, we don't have tsaros, but we're not moving closer to the Geula. And that's the same type of feeling as the Yidden at the beginning of the Bayis Sheni. Nothing is being accomplished. They despise the insignificance of what Hashem had given them, mistakenly. And Hashem says, Hineni marish. That's mamish the language of the Nevuah. I'm going to shake up things. So we shake the Arava. Neged that Nevuah. Behold, I will be shaking up. Which means, in other words, according to this, the Ninua and the Chibut of the Arava is again a remez to the great tumultuous activity that will happen when Mashiach finally comes. Very, very important to remember over and over again that the notion Sukkot, even more than Pesach, it's a little strange in some ways. Sukkot, even more than Pesach, is very, very makushah to the Geula HaSida. Remember that Malchus Beis David itself, Messianic Malchus Beis David, is described as a sukkah. What do we say in benching? It's really a pasuk in Amos. Harachaman hu yakim lanu as sukkah David hanefala. That Malchus Beis David is a sukkah that has fallen. And Sukkot is celebrating the Hakama of the Sukkah David hanefala. Again, I'll just end that Rav Hirsch points out that, the great war that will happen before Mashiach is called the war of Gog and Magog, whoever those nations are exactly. Some connected to the Ukraine, Russia, there are all sorts of interesting identifications. I don't want to get into the political identification of these nations. As the Rambam says, we really have no way of knowing. After the fact, we'll figure it out, but we can't figure it out while it's happening. But Rav Hirsch does point out that Gog comes from the word Gag, roof. And Magog means to project a roof. So, Malchus Beis David is called Sukkah. The enemies of Klal Yisrael are called Gog. What's the pshat? When you have a solid roof, you're blocking out God. You're basically saying, I'm in control of my life. Hashem can be out there. It's not no gaya to me. When you're in a sukkah, you see the Hashem. The Rav Hirsch says, Malchus Beis David is a sukkah. But the powers against the Jewish people are a Gog. And through Magog, they project that philosophy to the rest of the world. So we live in a world that's largely a Gog, a roof. Who needs God? What did the Russian cosmonaut say? This was years ago already. The first flight in outer space. He says, I went to outer space. I saw no God there. I don't know what he expected to see. He said, I didn't see any God in outer space. Who needs God? We have a Gog. But Malchus Beis David, we have a sukkah. We know that everything is under a Chodesh Baruch. So superficially, you could say, hey, that sounds like a demotion. Going from God to sukkah. That's the greatest aliyah in which you're makir. So, Yezras Hashem, we wish everyone a Pesach Tova. May the Yom Din of Hoshana Rabbah be a siman bracha for all of us and for all of Klal Yisrael. And may our Chibut Arava again be a siman of the Geula HaSida that should come b'mheira v'yamein.
The uniqueness of speaking of the Simchat of Torah is that it carries within it elements of all the other ones. That it has a kind of universality that the other ones don't have. And those both could be true. But if they're both true, then they both contribute to the uniqueness of the Simchat of Torah in different ways. I want to start by trying to define what we mean by Torah. The blessing that we make in the morning on Torah, the words that are used there are la'asok. La'asok in Hebrew means to occupy yourself. Occupy yourself with words of Torah. Well, I think clearly that includes Torah. When you're sitting, discussing, and analyzing, with words of la'asok doesn't indicate that. It should have been lilmod, to learn, to teach, lahavin, stand, ladas, know. It's none of those. It's to be occupied. Once gave me an example. He staff how to advertise the product. And someone says, you should call it maybe. And he says, wait a minute. I remember in my Choshen Mishpat shir that you can't mislead in your advertising in any way. And ABC, for a certain person coming from a certain background, is going to mean something that we don't intend, and isn't even true. So I'm going to have to call my rabbi and check whether that kind of advertising is appropriate. When he's crafting the advertisement for his product, is he occupied with the words of Torah? You bet. Because he wants to live his life by the words of Torah. So there are those commentaries that say, La'asok b'divrei Torah doesn't just mean sitting in yeshiva and learning. It means living your life according to the words of Torah. If so, when we come in 24 hours to celebrating and rejoicing in Torah, we mustn't think of it as rejoicing only in learning Torah. We have to think of it as rejoicing in living a life of Torah, a large part of which is learning, no question about it. But it includes much more than that. So let's build some bridges, first of all, between the Simcha of Torah on the one hand and the Simcha of other things, to see that it contains elements of those dimensions, and therefore would be unique in its universality. I mentioned the fact that there are many things which you are supposed to eat in Yerushalayim, and that's called Lifnei Hashem Elokecha, and it says, V'samach b'chol hatov. You should rejoice with all the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave you, with all the success He gave you, with the efforts of your hands and your mind to produce things in the world. Farm products, vegetable products, and animal products. These are things which you rejoice when you eat them. Eating is what's your life. Without eating, you die. And we see in the prayers, Ki heim chayenu baruch yameinu. The words of Torah are our life, the life of our days. But just a accidental association that you need, and that we're told that the Torah produces our life. Let's think about Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu was on Har Sinai, on Mount Sinai. 40 days and 40 nights, he testifies that he didn't eat and drink. Let me ask you a foolish question. Was this the world's most extreme crash diet? Barely alive, skin and bones? Probably not, right? Probably came down healthy, strong. How did he manage that? If he didn't eat and drink for 40 days and 40 nights. Somehow, his physical substance, his physical strength was maintained even though he wasn't eating and drinking physical food. One explanation of that is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was teaching him Torah, and learning Torah sustained his body. And why would that be? Why would learning Torah sustain? Interesting description of what was going on with Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai, and he compares it to the angels who came to visit Abraham, and Abraham gave them a meal, and they ate. Angels. So some say they didn't really eat; they burned it up, they pretended to eat. So Chal doesn't say that. Environment, that environment has its rules, and you have to play according to the rules of the environment. And when the Malachim, the angels, were sent to Avraham Avinu, they had to play according to the rules of the physical world Avraham Avinu was living. When he made them a meal, they had to eat. It doesn't go into the metaphysics, how do angels eat? What does it mean for an angel to eat? But he says, yes, that eating there was literal eating. And correspondingly, when Moshe Rabbeinu leaves this world, when he goes up to Mount Sinai, Chazal tell us that he was in the presence of the Shekhinah, so his body wasn't playing according to the rules of this world. His body was playing according to the rules of that world. And the end of the Das Tunis, he has a description of what happens to the soul going into Olam Haba, and there are 4 elevations till it reaches its highest possible state. And the elevations have a quality that the soul becomes more and the body becomes more and more soul-like, more bound to the soul, more synonymous with the soul, more a partner with the soul. And if it becomes a partner with the soul, synonymous, it becomes an agent for accomplishing in the world what the soul wants to accomplish, then the soul could nourish it also. So that when the Kadosh Baruch Hu was teaching Torah to Moshe Rabbeinu, and that of course is something which is injected into his soul, taught to him through his soul, but the fact that his soul was acquiring Torah also affected his body. It was food for his body. So maybe there's this overlap between the types of consecrated foods, or mitzvah foods like Bikurim, which aren't holy, but they're mitzvah foods, which you take to Yerushalayim, and you eat in the presence of a Gadol Baruch Hu, and that generates joy. And living Torah, which is similar to that, because Yihem Chayenu, it's our nourishment, the nourishment that keeps us alive. Now you'll say, but look, Moses was on Mount Sinai. That's where that was operating. But in our world, we're not in that environment. That's true, but you have to understand. Now, I'm not saying something from Chal, I'm saying for others first. But you have to ask. Let's say a person has to stay alive. Alive. Now, being alive means the soul and the body are in a kind of interaction where the body functions, doesn't right? And the soul performs mitzvot. Life is a body-soul cooperation, a body-soul interaction. Why would when a human being eats a steak, it's not exactly as when a dog eats a steak. A dog doesn't have what we call a soul. It has a nefesh, which is something else, but it doesn't have what we doesn't have 2 parts, a spiritual part and a physical part that live in interaction with one another. He doesn't have that. He's totally physical. Sounds like the steak does something for the dog that's not parallel to what the steak does for a human being. And that's because everything has in it a core of spirituality. Everything comes is a creation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu who's beyond spirituality. Mistake to think that God is spiritual. Spirituality is something that He created, beyond all of it. There's a core that comes from Him, so that it isn't a dead piece of meat, like a rock is a dead rock. No, all of them have a life based on the holiness that HaKadosh Baruch Hu projects into them. A human being, when he eats a steak, actualizes both. He actualizes the physical side and the spiritual, trans-spiritual spark that animates it. So the human being can take from the steak both sides. If it takes from the steak both sides, it can influence the action between the soul and the body. So even when we live in this physical world, something of Moses' dimension on Mount Sinai is available to us. And when we learn Torah, that could be available to us. And since eating food in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, consecrated food, has a mitzvah of simcha, of joy, when we learn and implement words of Torah in our lives, we are taking something which sustains us, which is holy, because He created it and gave it that holiness, and we're learning it and applying it to be a similar joy to learning and applying Torah, similar to the joy of eating the consecrated in the temple or the city of Yerushalayim. So there's an overlap there between those types of joy. Then there's the simcha of a holiday. The simcha of a holiday is because of a connection with the Kodesh Baruch Hu that you don't have. You think of the pilgrimage festivals, Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, supposed to go to the temple, supposed to offer sacrifice in the temple. Sitting in the place where He causes His Shekhinah to dwell. And it's that connection with the presence of the Shekhinah that generates the joy of the holiday. Which means that we who can't do that, we are to a certain extent crippled, realizing the joy of the holiday. The mitzvah still applies, but we're crippled in our ability to fulfill it. So, if the Torah, if a Kodesh Baruch Hu's presence is in the Torah, and we're learning it and applying it, and interacting with that presence is available to us. So the joy that you have on the holidays also has an echo in the joy that you have in learning, applying Torah. The third type of bridge that I mentioned, if there was Hashem b'simcha, there, and here it's going to be like a Kal Vachomer. Let's imagine that you lived in a country that had a king, and the king was nice and dedicated, worked for the good of the kingdom. People loved him and revered him. There have been such kings. And the king says, there's a job that I need done, a very important job, and I know your background, I know your education and your experience. You have the ability to do it, and I'm asking you to do it. How would you feel when the king asked you to do that? Would you feel, oh no, another responsibility? You know, I have a life. I'm busy. You know, or would you think the king needs this done, and I'm going to be a gigantic privilege? Who knows what this will do for the kingdom as a whole, for the whole nation, the whole population? He needs it done. It's a privilege to be able to fulfill that function because of its importance. A mitzvah, say that we're kidding of a mitzvah to be sanctified for this particular commandment, means to have an impact on the world which no one else can have, and which brings the world to its perfection. Indeed, the Ramchal says that the reason why a mitzvah that you're obligated to do, rather than one you can do just voluntarily or omit at your choice, is superior is because a mitzvah that you're obligated to do changes the world. It changes the whole spiritual backdrop of the world. How do you do that? How can I, when I put on tefillin, change the whole spiritual structure of the world? How am I related to that? So he says, related to that, but you're like the servant of the king, and the king gives him a piece of paper which says, he's my representative, do whatever he says. Oh, but that piece of paper, then I'm somebody. When I come into town and say, turn off all the lights and raise the taxes and mow the lawns and so on and so on, and say, who are you to tell us what to do? I said, look at this. Look at this. This is from the king. The command of the king, says the Ramchal, is Rumuna de Malka. It's the seal of the king on an appointment, which gives you the ability to have those effects. So when the spiritual forces and the angels and so on, and the Jew does the mitzvah, and sends ripples up the whole structure, he has this assignment from the king to perform that mitzvah. It's a gigantic privilege. Part of the joy that King David is talking about, is to be spiritually alive and aware of the enormous value of what you're doing and the privilege. I want to try to give a little background for this idea. Hopefully this is many or all of you have had. You grow up as a child, and you learn as you grow that certain things are very important. When you're 4 years old, mommy being home is very important. So if the mommy's home, means I need a care. And if mommy's not home, then I can't get them. I can't get food for myself. I can't use my clothes when it's necessary. I can't do anything. Mommy's there. That's very important. And then, when you first go to school, you learn something about socialization. And you learn the fact that I reason to take the toy because he also wants the toy. And he's not going to give it up without resistance. Good thing to learn. Old tough. Our circus is 2 years old. I haven't gone to school yet, don't know that, especially the firstborn child. It's a big day for him with 20 other children. And has to be treated as only one of 20 rather than the star of the show. And it's very... Now, as you grow in life, you learn more through your experience and you come to realize new values. The value of giving. There's a natural sympathy, some of the philosophers talk about, where when someone else is happy, you share their happiness. If you can contribute to someone else's happiness, you also feel happy. That's a new value. So, and then as you grow through life, sometimes the new values displace the old values. Yeah, ice cream is very important. And so, and then he'll get the punishment, and I'll get the ice cream. But when you're 9 or 11, the idea of lying to get ice cream doesn't seem so appealing anymore because I don't lie. I don't do that. It's just not the sort of thing that should be done. So you learn new values, and sometimes those values displace the old values. That's part of growing up. It's part of maturity. The older you get, the broader your vision is, the broader your sense of the impact of what you do it. So some people get to the age of 19 and world peace is the top value. Or saving the, if you're in danger. I'm not confirming that. Global warming, that was very important. And you'd give up ice cream and you might even lie for it. Because if really saving the planet, then it would be appropriate to try to save the planet. Maybe that saves a little bit of morality. Now, as you go up this ladder, where's the top? And when you get to that top, that thing is going to displace all other values. Now, I'll give you two examples of how this happened. In the Second World War, there were people in America, American citizens, who weren't eligible for the army because they were too old or a health condition. Volunteered for the army, and the army said, listen, you're really too old. They said, you have to take me. I can't sit home when we're fighting the Nazis. I can't do that. That's too important. But you'll be in danger. My security isn't as important as fighting the Nazis. The Nazis have to be defeated. But look, there are 2 million men in the army. So you make it 2 million and one. What difference is that going to be? And he says, I can't sit home and not fight the Nazis. I can't do that. This has to be done. And I have to participate in it. So this becomes something where he's willing to sustain a threat to his life because it's just too important to be ignored. In Washington, D.C., there's a hospital called the Walter Reed Hospital. He was a doctor, and he was convinced that yellow fever is carried by mosquitoes. And other people were not aware of this, or didn't believe him. So he infected himself publicly, so people could observe it. He had the mosquito bite him, and that's how he got. And then he got yellow fever. He could have died. Some of the people who got yellow fever died. He said, if I can prove to the medical establishment that it's carried by mosquitoes, and we can drain the swamps, we can save untold thousands of lives. That's more important than my security. And if I die doing that, it's worth it. So this is the way the values that you recognize are accumulated over time, and you reach for higher and higher values, and sometimes those higher values displace lower values. Now, the Torah teaches us that when you do a mitzvah, you are contributing to perfecting the whole of creation. I find it very difficult to imagine anything that could compete with that. Even saving lives medically or winning a war. This is the completion and perfection of the whole creation. So you get to that point, that value then becomes central and displaces the other values. And then you think, how did I get connected to that value? Because the Creator reached out his hand to me and said, here, I have a Torah. And by living this Torah, you're able to fulfill that highest function. So then I think, wow, this outclasses everything else. It's a gigantic gift. It gives me great joy to know that I'm participating in that kind of enormous, unique, infinitely valuable project. So that's part of the idea of the joy in performing any mitzvah. That obviously carries over to the learning of Torah, which is a mitzvah, and the living of Torah, which is the framework of all of our mitzvot. So here are 3 places where the joy of Torah is connected to, it's an expression of these 3 dimensions of joy, which apply in other places as well. It's just that Torah incorporates all of them. This, as I said, gives Torah certain uniqueness in its universality. In addition to that, there's a core to learning Torah. Now I'm going back to the idea of learning Torah, which is unique. Ramchal talks about this in the Derech Hashem. I can only give you the outline. I don't understand it to the bottom. But the outline is enough, I think, to appreciate what's going on. Our world is set up as a kind of layers of activity which are created by the Creator and which are, so to speak, managed and enlivened by the Creator. The Creator doesn't go on vacation. It's set up a system that works automatically. Even the Rambam talks about this word for word. And at the top, there are certain spiritual forces which are the initial interaction of the Creator with the world, and then they translate down into more and more specific applications. Angels are below those forces, even though angels are spiritual beings, but they're below those forces. Kochos in the Dome, he calls them. Until finally you get down to our world, and I have the famous statement in the Talmud, which everyone knows, that a blade of grass grows because there's an angel that bangs on it and says, grow. Which means the physical growth of the grass is a result of a spiritual force that's interacting with it, which is affecting. Now, every mitzvah interacts with the whole structure in certain ways. The mitzvah of learning Torah. Now, let me. I have to put in a qualification here because I'm not saying it exactly right. I say learning, and he does call it Talmud Torah, but he's very clear that with Torah Shebeksav, the written Torah, which means the whole of the Tanakh for the Ramchal, saying the words without understanding them also has this power. So, learning anything in the English sense of learn, Hogeh, just saying the words has this power. So it's interacting with the content of Torah, either just saying the words from the written or studying and analyzing to the extent that you can. The more you understand, the more you analyze, the more you remember, the more rich your interaction is. Now, he says it this way. Those very highest forces, which are at the very top of the structure, he created a vessel, a tool, with which they could be accessed and integrated into the lower world. That tool is Torah. So he created the forces, number one. He created the Torah, number two, and then he attached them. This is a very important description. It doesn't say he created the Torah and the Torah had these qualities. Not at all. The forces were created first before the Torah. And then the Torah is created, and then they're attached. What does that description tell you? It means that when you occupy yourself with Torah, it's not necessary that you will access those higher forces. There can be conditions that have to be met. And he says that explicitly. That there are at least two different conditions that have to be met for your action of occupying yourself with Torah to access those higher powers. So, when you look at the way in which all the mitzvahs work, each mitzvah has its own individual character, and each mitzvah has the places in the structure where it has an effect to open things up and make the flow of divine energy richer. Torah is the instrument by which you reach up to those highest forces, the very top of the structure, which then would have the broadest, most inclusive effect on the progress of the world as a whole. Now, he says, the person who's doing this has to feel as if the king gave me his crown. He gave me his crown as an instrument with which to do things in the world. Maybe if he gives me the crown, it means like the certification in the document, which I can show to people. If I can show people that I have the king's crown, they will definitely pay attention. Not that I'm the king, but if he gave me his crown to hold, then I'm somebody very special, and they have to pay attention. So, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I give you the Torah to study, or to pronounce, and when you do that, you're able to access my crown in the world. So, one thing the Ramchal says is that you have to have a sense of the awesomeness of what you've been entitled to do, the sense of privilege of what you've been entitled to do. And if you take this as just another 9-to-5 job, then you may be denied that access. If you don't appreciate what it is that what you're doing, if you hire a security guard for the Louvre, and there's an open window, and the wind is blowing papers, and he says, "Look, take that picture down." Happens to be the Mona Lisa, that's all. Take that picture down and put it on the paper so they won't blow. He won't be in the security guard for the Louvre for very long. If he thinks that the Mona Lisa is just good for as a paperweight, he doesn't appreciate what he's working with. So that's number one. And number two, a person has to live up to the Torah. This is the last of the Torah. He's got to be living it to at least an extent that's respectful to earning the right to use the crown of the king. If he's lackadaisical or uncaring about mitzvos and is unactualized in desiring and developing his ability to do mitzvos, he also doesn't deserve to do this. But this is something which in this case, the study of Torah has, there's nothing else. So when you talk about bringing the world to its ultimate fruition, to its ultimate perfection, the study of Torah has an effect on that nothing else has. So this has all the qualities that we mentioned before, but this is something that's absolutely unique with the Torah. Now, as I said, 24 hours less, we'll be dancing with the Sefer Torah. So when you take the Sefer Torah in your arms, these are some of the things which hopefully should be part of the joy that you feel in holding the Sefer. I know someone who was very close to me told me many years ago, in beginning of Elul, we're now at the end of that stretch. In the beginning of Elul, the first time the shofar was blown, we started saying the David Hashem Uri. We're coming to the end of that stretch. He said, one of the things that keeps me focused in Elul and Tishrei is thinking about Simchat Torah. I'm going to pick up the Torah and dance with it. Do I deserve to do that? Okay, in January there were problems. And in June there were problems. But it's Elul. It's Elul. Now's the time to be thinking about preparing for Simchat Torah. So that when I pick up the Sefer Torah in Simchat Torah, I'll feel, yes, I deserve to be holding it. And that's part of the improvements that you made and the commitment you made to continue to make improvements, but also part of realizing what it is that you have in front of you. This is a mental exercise. There's a lot of talk about the kind of consciousness a person should have, what's called God consciousness or spiritual consciousness. There's a lot of talk about it, and I think we have to be very careful with the vocabulary that's used, because sometimes the words are words that we're familiar with, but when you press, the ideas aren't the same ideas. And you have to be aware of this kind of difference. A boy came into the shir 3 weeks ago, who's connected to Buddhism. And they have something called mindfulness. You may have heard of this. It's very popular in psychology. Mindfulness. Living in the moment. Don't allow anything to distract you from fully experiencing the moment that you're in. I learned this 50 years ago from a book called Games People Play, which was something in psychology called transactional analysis, and Eric Byrne. The last chapter, he described someone driving to work in New England in September when the leaves are on fire. I lived in New England for years. And, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. And he's driving in his car on the highway where there's a lot of vegetation, and he's thinking about work, and he's thinking about other things, and he misses it. He misses it. He's not living in the moment. He's not experiencing the moment all around him. He's distracted by other things that steal from him this living in the moment. Well, each culture has its preferences, but I think that's, from the point of view of Judaism, and I think from even a broader point of view, is a profound mistake being made. Let's suppose that he's driving to a meeting in the courthouse where he's going to stand trial for a certain crime, which, if he's found guilty, could cost him a great deal. It could have a great effect on dislodging his life. And in his mind, he's thinking, when the judge asks this, I'll say that. And if he asks that, then I'll say this first or that first. He's working on it. working on a strategy how to face this challenge. That's not living in the moment. He's not noticing the leaves on the trees, the beautiful leaves. But let me ask you, isn't this moment, this very moment, 2 hours before standing before the judge? Isn't that what this moment is? It's 2 hours before standing before the judge. That's what it is. The moment doesn't exist outside of time or outside of past and future. Why shouldn't living in the moment mean preparing for a meeting 2 hours from now, which can have gigantic effects on his life? Why isn't that living in the moment? Why are just the leaves living in the moment? So I asked this to the boy who was involved in Buddhism. He said, well, living in the moment is physical, and that's not physical. I don't know, it seems to me that my economic life and my freedom from jail and so forth and so on are physical. And if you want to distinguish and say the leaves are physical, then why should I be limited to the physical? I'm not just a physical being. I'm not just a body. I have values, I have goals, I have projects. Why isn't that my moment? He couldn't answer it. And the reason he couldn't answer it was there isn't an answer. So when you talk about something which sounds so appealing, mindfulness, should we be mindful? Sure. Of what and how? We say, Shivisi Hashem Nenegisami. I've placed Kodesh Baruch Hu in front of me continuously. Obviously, it doesn't mean physically placed, it means being conscious. Being conscious of the Kodesh Baruch Hu's presence. And using that as my guide to living the moment the way the moment should be lived. If somebody says, yeah, but God isn't physical, so you got to pay attention to the leaves. I say, no, thank you. Excuse me. God is more important than the leaves. He's the creator of the leaves. If he tells me that it's important to look at the leaves, I'll look at the leaves. If not, it's more important to be meditating on him. That's the mindfulness that we have to be working for. Now, there's a bitter statement in the Ramchal about this subject. Ramchal describes serving Hashem. Serving Hashem to Ramchal has two parts. I think the Rambam in Hilchos Deos says roughly the same thing. And that is, one part is doing mitzvot, and the other is doing everything else that you have to do in order to be able to do mitzvot, like earning money, or getting sleep, taking care of your health, or other things that are necessary in order to be able to do mitzvot. All of that is serving HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means serving HaKadosh Baruch Hu in a well-organized life is 24/7, 365. You're never off duty. When you sleep, to get more strength to be able to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu tomorrow, to do mitzvahs tomorrow, that's also serving HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it's all a matter of living with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and serving Him. Now, he defines avoda, serving Hashem, in the following way. 3 steps. Turn towards Hashem and seek drawing close to Him and attaching yourself. When I first read that, I thought, wait a minute. The first step is to turn to Hashem. So does that mean that I was pointing in the wrong direction? It certainly sounds like it. You know, it says, you got to do a right angle, this way. Then I wasn't pointing in the right direction. Why is that? Why was I pointing in the wrong direction? So that the first move in serving Hashem is turning to Him. And he indicates, by other things that he says, that we live in a physical world, and the physical world makes demands on us, and the nature of the physical world is to cause us to lose consciousness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's presence. I don't say that it forces itself on us, but its nature is to cause that, and we have to resist, and it's not easy. And we are often sucked under by the word. By the way, the word olam in Hebrew comes from a root which means to hide. That's not accidental. And also, by the way, the word olam in Hebrew stands for both space and time. And that's not accidental either. One word for both space and time? Maybe space-time? Maybe? Who knows? So, you're under the influence of the physical to the point where, when you want to serve Him, typically you have to turn away to face Hashem. There's a pasuk that the Malbim explains in almost exactly the same way. Moshe Rabbeinu was there in the wilderness with his father-in-law's sheep. And he sees a bush. And he notices that the bush is on fire, but he doesn't see anything consumed. Right? So he goes to investigate. Now the verb that's used in Hebrew is lasur, to turn aside, to investigate. To turn aside. To turn away from, to investigate. The Malbim says, isn't that an odd verb used there? What is he turning away from? Isn't he turning to? This thing caught his attention out of his peripheral vision. Wow, look at that. I wonder what that is. I'm going to take a look. What's he turning away from? He's going to the thing that attracts him. Says the Malbim. I'm putting it in my words, but this is his idea. You have something like that, a fire that's not using any fuel, that will attract your attention in very different ways depending on who you are. If you're a physicist, you're going to say, something's hidden here. Can't be. All fire has to have fuel. Maybe there's some hidden gases here or something. I'm going to investigate and find out why there's combustion, what the fuel is. If you're an entrepreneur, you say, free energy. I'm going to put a factory there, and I'm going to have no entry costs. If you're the tourism minister, you're going to say, I'll advertise over the world. Everyone will come and see this fabulous thing, and we'll make a lot of money. An artist would say, how do you paint? And express in figure that it's burning, but it's not, the fuel's not being used up. How would you do that? Each person is going to be attracted to this vision on the basis of his own experience and talents and investment, and he'll interpret it and relate to it in different ways. Moshe Rabbeinu saw right away that it's not a physical phenomenon at all. So he turned away from all physical phenomena to react to it as something which transcends all physical phenomena. And that's why the pasuk says, Vayar Hashem kisar l'roz. Hashem saw that he turned aside to see, and he spoke to it. He turned aside from the physical interpretation, and that's why he spoke to it. So here's also an example of, to get it, you got to turn away first from something else which is occupying you naturally, which is demanding your attention. Turn away from that, and then aim at this other thing. That's what the Ramchal is talking about when he's talking about serving with powerful. So when you talk about being mindful in the sense of your mind should be focused on what it needs to be focused on, the crucial thing is identifying what it needs to be focused on. Our tradition is focused on Hashem's presence. And then when it's focused on that, that has ripple effects for everything else around you. All the mitzvot that Hakadosh Baruch Hu commanded, how to deal with the world, are going to be then actualized in your mind when you know that that's the presence that's you. So all of these features that I've been talking about tonight are mental features. They are, I didn't talk about the rhythm of the music and how securely you hold the Torah and should you jump. I didn't talk about that. I'm talking about what's going on in your mind. Now, joy is the last comment that I want to make. Yes, a question. Joy is, I think, essentially mental. Joy is not the same as pleasure, although joy is pleasureful, it's the kind of pleasure. But joy is a response to some fact or some set of facts or some situation which you understand mentally, to the extent that the Gaon of Vilna distinguishes between Simcha and Sasan. And he says, Simcha is where you have a project which you have planned and which you have worked on and which you have successfully completed. Sasan is what you don't expect, something that's a real surprise. And therefore, when people get married and we wish them both Simcha and Sasan, it's very true. Because on the one hand, when you get married, you've been planning it at least for months, and you have a lot of investigation that went in before you made your decision, and you've been sharing a lot of interaction on the way to planning and going through the wedding, but there are always surprises. And I would even say there are always at least some very happy surprises. There can be surprises that you have to deal with also. but there are always some very happy surprises. Simcha is a result of having a plan, having a project, having an ideal. That's all something which you appreciate mentally. Not given to you like salve on your finger or ice cream. And when you have the realization of that idea in front of you, that's what creates that tremendous sense of joy. This is something which we should hopefully have in mind, some of us anyway, when we come to dance with the Torah tomorrow night. And it should be the source of great, great satisfaction for all of us. Now, if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer them for a little while for the next few days. Yeah. Okay, I wasn't doing that subject with those words on this occasion. Of course, we're doing something which then HaKadosh Baruch Hu responds to in a certain way. And that's how the world gets changed. It's not that I have power over the world. It is. And you see, let's take the simplest possible example. I raise my hand. I decide that I want my hand to go up. And our understanding is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is running the world, particularly the physical world he's running. So he takes note, so to speak, of my decision the hand should go up. He makes the hand go up. But if I hadn't decided it should go, it wouldn't have gone up. So what will happen is almost always what I decide should happen. So it isn't as if it's God's game of solitaire. He's making the world do what I decide it should do. So that being the case, since he's committed to doing that almost always, then it's my decision that makes the difference between it's happening and it's not happening. So whether I have metaphysical power or don't have metaphysical power, that isn't something which decides the whole story. Yeah. Okay, so I wish you a wonderful Yom Tov. And those of you who have 2 days, use it well.
I should do something? That's good. I can start? Okay. Tonight, Hoshana Rabbah, very special moment in Jewish year. I want to share with you some of the insights about what's going on tonight and tomorrow. Yom HaChamishi Shel Chol Hamoed. I'm reading from the Torah. The fifth day of Chol Hamoed, it's talking about Chutz La'aretz, Shu Hoshana Rabbah, Noagim Ba'ashkenaz, Shema Mizmorim. We would say a lot of different Mizmorim, Kamo B'Yom Tov. So we sing like Yom Tov. But tomorrow morning's davening is going to be like similar to Yom Tov. Roman Kedusha Rabbah. The Musaf. You're going to special Kedusha like you do on Yom Tov, you do tomorrow morning. Omar Bim Ktsas B'Neiros. Kamo B'Yom Kippurim. Now, I don't know exactly that minute, we don't have it, but it's like Yom Kippurim. There's a minute that they did like Yom Kippurim. Lefi, Shebechag Nidonim Alamayim. On Sukkot, we're judged on water. And everything is based on the conclusion, the chitum, the chesima. And all of man's life is dependent on water. So we have over here that this is the chitum, this is called the chitum on the Gemara din on water. And life, kol achayim, is based on water. Kol chayarim tuluim b'mayim. We'll start out like this. The fact that we're judged on water, on Sukkot, is based on a Mishnah. The Mishnah says, Prakim ha'olam nidon. And 4 times the world is judged. We're judged on Pesach for Tvua, for grain. We're judged on Shavuos for fruit. Rosh Hashanah, Kol Boy Olam Mavrin Lefonav. The Kodesh Baruch Hu judges everybody on Rosh Hashanah. B'chag Nidonim Alamayim. And B'chag, Sukkot, we're judged on water. Okay. Now I want to ask you, have you ever heard elsewhere that there's such a thing as the Chasimas Adin on Tvua, the Chasimas Adin on Paris? No, do you find, like, Pesach has 7 days. Now it's true. Perhaps you'll say that the reason we judge on, it just says we judge on Pesach. Later on, the Gemara brings Rabbi Akiva and says we judge on Pesach because we bring the Omer offering. And we're judged on Shavuos because we bring the Shtei Alechem. But the Mishnah doesn't say it. It says we're judged on Pesach. Pesach has 7 days. Have you ever heard, does anybody mention to you, there's a Gemara din on Tvua, or there's a Gemara din on Peros, on the fruits? Not mentioned. Chasima Sadin. This we're judged. Pitom over here on Mayim, we have the Gemara din on Mayim and a Kol HaChachit. Now you can say to me, well, it's simple. We do Nisuch HaMayim, which is the reason the Gemara brings how we are zoichet to water. One of the reasons is in the Nisuch HaMayim, the water libations, which is the Simchas every night. Simchas Beis Shoeva, drawing out the water, which is used in the Mizbeach, and that's even on the Leil Hoshana Rabbah. It's the last time, so you'll tell me it's the last time where you're going to do something for water. The chitum, right? But then why does he have to tell me the reason why it's so important, he says, is because a kol chayarim tuluim b'mayim. Tell me, what's that got to do with anything? There's a chasimas adin. We go after the chasimas adin. So the Vilna Gaon in Shulchan Aruch says that what the Torah means is that enochanami. There's a Gemara din on Mayim, but there's a Gemara din on Adam also. Because a kol tului, the water is the source of all life, And not only is water being judged, but our lives are being judged. Because if you don't have water, you don't have life. But then the Gra, he quotes a Mishnah in Abbas Niragnos. And it says over there like this, that water is called life. Now listen to this. The Mishnah says as follows. There are 10 names. There are 10 things in the world which are called Chaim. Okay? Asara Nikra Chaim. A Kodesh Baruch Hu. Kodesh Baruch Hu is called Chaim. Torah is called Chaim. Eitz Chaim Hilamach Zikim Ba. Yisrael called Chaim. Right? Tzaddik is called Chaim. A Gan Eden is called Chaim. Okay? Eretz Yisrael is called Chaim. Yerushalayim is called Chaim. He brings Psukim. Okay? Chacham is called Chaim. And then it says, and Mayim is called Chaim. Shenema v'yamahu yotzu Mayim Chaim Yerushalayim. This is not talking about simple life. Right? Kodesh Baruch Hu is not called simple life. Right? The Yerushalayim is not called simple life. We're talking about Chaim Nitzchim. We're talking about eternal life. So the Gra is learning by quoting this medrash that water is called life. It's not only talking about the fact that we live on water. It's talking about our lives, our eternal lives, our nitzchis, our judgment of our life. In other words, it's the chasimas adin, not only for the chasimas adin, not only the inclusion of the din on water, but it's the inclusion of the din of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And that's explicit in the Arizal, in the Arizal and the Zohar, that it's called the chasima, b'toch chasima. It's another chasima adin, because remember, on Yom Kippurim, we say HaKadosh Baruch Hu writes on Rosh Hashanah, and these chosim on Yom Kippurim. That is a new chasima, another chasima, which all the Meforshim try to understand why you need two chasim. Now, I want you to understand something. What is this concept? So we have a chasimas adin that's ending off on Sukkot, on Hoshana Rabbah. Number one. Number two, I want you to appreciate that this is a conclusion of the Shlosh Regalim, the three primary holidays, and this conclusion is not just conclusion of the Chagim, but it's the creation, the recreation of Adam. Because remember, Adam Arishon sinned, and Klal Yisrael was given the mantle to take up that they should be the new Adam, and they achieved that at Pesach, at Shavuos. Atem Kuriyim Adam, says the prophet Yechezkel. So we're the recreation of Adam. How does it start? Pesach. We bring what? The Omer. The Omer is made out of barley. Barley is the food of behemoth. We have our goof. We have our body. We have physical freedom. We go to Har Sinai, Maimed Har Sinai. Then what do we get? Shtei Alechem. That's made out of chametz. That's bread. That's already Michael Adam. That's food for a man. Then we become an Adam. We have a neshama. Now, and it says, Atem Kuriyim Adam. You're called man at Maimed Har Sinai. But unfortunately, what happens? Nothing like ruining a good act. What happens? We sin by the Egel Hazav, by the golden calf. Fell down again. So then we have to go through a Rosh Hashanah. And the Yom Kippurim, then Yom Kippurim, we receive the Torah for the second time, the second Luchos, and we're forgiven. And now we're Adam again. We're creating Adam. And now that Adam, after he's been forgiven, he goes into the Sukkah, and he shakes the lulav, and he does the Nisach HaMayim, because it says in the Torah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu only brought the rain when he waited to bring the rain until there was a man to daven for the rain. So we have to have that Adam. We are the recreation of that Adam. So this all starts with the fact that we, as Klal Yisrael, is the new incarnation of what man is meant to be about. Now I want you to appreciate that if we understand that, we can start to go to something else. That this idea that Hoshana Rabbah should be the Chasima Sadin is already Merumaz, has already been hinted in Bereshis itself. What happened? Adam Rishon was created when? On the sixth day of creation. Correct? And we're going to call that the first day. What happened? He ate, he was created, he was commanded, and he ate. And Hashem judged him and made him leave the Gan Eden. Says the Yisrael Mamaris, Rami Pana learns as follows. What did Hashem say to him when he knew that he had ate from the Eitzadas Tov Ra? What did he say to him? Ayeka. Ayeka means where are you? Remember those words. Where are you, man? Where are you? Aleph. He was judged on Aleph. That's Rosh Hashanah. That was Rosh Hashanah. The day of the creation of man is Rosh Hashanah. Aleph. Aleph Tishrei, right? Number one. Yud. Yom Kippurim. 10th day. Kaf. 20 days. 20 days from the creation of man is Hoshana Rabbah. That's the Kaf. And then the Hey, Chevra, listen to this. This is going to get a little spooky. You can take it, right? The Hey is the 5th hour starting from Shkia. Why? Because Hoshana Rabbah, by the way, the Kaf is the judgment on Hoshana Rabbah. That's the Chasima Sadin. The Chasima that we're talking about. And then, what happens? The Hey is the 5th hour. There's a minhag. It's brought down in Shulchan Aruch, which we do not follow. Anybody who does this, you're not meant to do it. But there used to be a minhag to check your tzeil, see what kind of a shadow you would cast from the moon. When the moon comes up tonight at a certain time, it's approximately the 5th hour. That hour is when the moon starts to shine, and the moon, the water of the world, is told on the moon, and a person would know his din if he could see what kind of a shadow he cast. And God forbid he wouldn't be casting a proper shadow, it would mean he didn't have a good din. We don't do it. There are more paskins, Tamim Tiyeh Hashem Elokecha, not for us. We don't do it. But there's such a thing. When is that? And the judgment starts the 5th hour, which is already, I believe it's already passed. The 5th hour into the night. So that's Ayeka. So already from the Anheim, from the very beginning of creation, Adam Rishon was judged on Rosh Hashanah. He was judged again on Yom Kippurim, and again on Hoshana Rabbah. Now, that being said, we understand now we're talking about Adam has fallen, and he has to do tshuva, and Klal Yisrael then takes on the helm of being that Adam. Let's go now understand a little bit about Adam Rishon's mistake. I want to share with you a very interesting insight from Rabbi Eliyahu Weintraub Zatzal. He said, Adam Rishon sins. Why does he sin? He ate from the Eitzadas Torah. I want to explain to you something. This will help us understand the connection, how Yom Kippurim leads into Sukkot. Listen to this. He eats from the Eitzadas Torah. So he learns it as follows. If you look at the psukim carefully in Chumash, when Adam was told not to eat from the Eitzadas Torah, Hashem already was mitzaref the Shem Yudkei Vavkei to the Shem Elokim. He commanded them, Hashem Elokim, don't eat from the Eitzadas Torah. That's the pasuk. Remember this. We'll talk about it later. Initially, the Torah speaks only about Elokim, but then he said Hashem Elokim. Yud-Kei, Vav-Kei, and Elokim. Don't eat from the Eitzadas. There's a combination of the shame of Yud-Kei, the ineffable name of God, and then there's the name of Elokim, which we say, is Balakoichas Kulam. He's the most powerful. Says he that Adam Rishon made a mistake. Now we know he made a mistake, but he explains the mistake as follows. That he thought that perhaps that there's two mechanisms, there's two ways that a Kodesh Baruch Hu runs the world. One is the Mahalach, the process, which we call Elohim, and there's a process of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Elokim. We were created B'Tselem Elokim, in the image of God. Shenu Oz Elokim, give power to God. You look at the Nefesh HaChaim. The Nefesh HaChaim explains, yeah, we learned it together. The Nefesh HaChaim learns and explains that means, what does it mean we're in the Tselem Elokim? That just like a Kadosh Baruch Hu has kaichas and it create and destroy worlds, man was given the ability to create and destroy worlds, that the whole mechanism of the hashpah, the influence that Hashem has on this world is dependent on the actions of man. The way a man acts, the way a man speaks, and the way a man thinks create a spiritual energy which is the powerhouse of how Hashem relates to this world. That's the mahalach of Elokim. We're B'Tselem Elokim. And that's why it's so much incumbent upon us to act in the appropriate way. But Adam HaRishon made us a mistake. You know what he said to himself? Again, he somehow thought that this mahalach, this process of Elokim, could be separated from the process of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is the Shem Hashem. Its process means what's called Gilui Gechudo Yisbarach Shemo. The Yebishter can run the world. He can forego the whole system. He made a system based on, but he can forego the whole system. The Ratzon of Hashem ultimately, he can do what he wants. That's Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. He can go beyond the system. And we call that's the hidden element of Hashgacha, which Hashem sometimes will go and he'll have, right, he'll give chen to somebody who's not Megillah, etc. That's Gilu Yechudi Yisbarach. The Eibishter is running this world ultimately towards the perfection, but he gave over Elokim according to our Maisim. But in Achanami, if he wants, he can change the whole. Adam Rishon tried to separate the two. And he thought that there could be a mahalach, there could be a process of Elokim, which is independent of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. And that what? He can do what he wants, so to speak. I mean, obviously we're talking about a great man, Adam Rishon, but he thought that there could be a process which is dependent on man alone, but independent of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. He separated the two. What happens? That was his mistake. By the way, Rav Yitzchak Zachav says the Pshat, similar idea. It's a similar idea. He ate from the Eitz Das Tova Ra. Why? He was mistaken in the pasuk. Lo lechem lavado yichya adam alamotzi pi Hashem. He thought that to the extent he had a goof, the body needs that nourishment. There has to be a physical construct. There has to be a physical world, a world of chokmas chitzonius. He didn't realize that had he not eaten, the nourishment of our goof would have come through the Torah itself. But it's the same idea. He thought that there has to be an independent marechet framework of man, of his goof, Elokim. We're calling it the framework of Elokim. Obviously, talking in a higher sense. Be that as it may, what happens? This is his word, Rabbi Eliyahu Weitraub. What happens now, Maimed Hasinai? Atem haresim ladas ki Hashem hu Elokim ein od milvado. That's what happens when when Adam, with the recreation of Adam, it was revealed to them. These two things go together. Don't make any more mistakes about this. Hashem hu Elokim. That's in Maimed Hasinai. Saw with their eyes. What happens? Fell down again. Egel Azav. Correct? What was the culmination of Yom Kippur? We were all standing here. What was the culmination on Ne'ilah? Hashem hu Elokim, Hashem hu Elokim, 7 times. Nachamo. We state that's the tikkun. The tikkun is we've got it straight. Right? About a man's activity, we are the ones that Hashem gave the koyach to influence the events of the world. Hashem hu Elokim. He's God. Hashem, He's the one above. He's the one that was ultimately above Balakoch's. All from the Rabbanu Shalom Alein. Yeah, but that's what you were saying. Hashem hu Elokim. That's the tikkun. That mensch, the one who says Hashem hu Elokim, the one who internalizes all what Yom Kippur is all about, he goes into this. Ohr Somayach u'liyishrei leiv simcha. The one who straightens out his heart, he now is Zaychet to Simcha. He's the one that goes into the Sukkah. And what does he do in the Sukkah? Teshru came to do. He lives with the Rabbanu Shalom. He eats with the Rabbanu Shalom. The Shem Shemayim is calling something. He eats with the Rabbanu Shalom. He drinks with the Rabbanu Shalom. He sleeps. And he takes his lulav. And he takes the lulav, which represents all the kaichas of the world. And he is miyachid it to the Shem of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he does, and he's the one that can do the service of the Nisuch HaMayim and the water libations and bring the water. It's the hemshech of Yom Kippur. It's the continuation of Yom Kippur. After you have Adam, who is now declared as Shem Elokim, who has now been forgiven, he can go into this. The hemshech. I want to share with you a more indicative word. I saw this in the Sefer. Or Safun by Rav Schomburg, and it's as follows. He quotes over from Moshe Shapiro, and Nelson David, that the pshat is as follows. There's a big difference, but before we get to it, there's a big difference between the Sarasime Tshuva and Sukkot. The Shlosh says the Sarasime Tshuva are Tshuva Meira, and Sukkot with the 4 days is 10 days. That's Tshuva Miyav. Schomburg makes a point as follows, based on what he heard from Willows and David and Bar Mechaim, Moshe Shapiro, that there's an integral difference between these two avodas. Because remember, when Adam Arishon originally, when Adam Arishon sinned, you know what it says? When he originally sinned, you know where the Yetzer Hara was? It was external to him. The Ramban speaks about it. The Ra was external to him. It was in the Nachash. Inside of him he was perfect. But outside of him was a temptation. Yeah? It's outside, external. When he ate from the Yetzer Das Tova Ra, then the Ra became internalized, and then we have what we call in English moral, ethical problems. It's all mixed up inside of it. Before, when he did Ra, they compared that Ra was like putting, you knew it was Ra, but just, you can put your hand in the fire, right? You can see it's a fire. Yeah, but you can't put your hand in the fire. You know you're going to get burnt, but you can put your hand. That's how Ra was before. Now when it's internalized, we get confused. We don't know what's Ra. We have a battle with our Yetzir, an internal battle. That's the talich. That's the process that happened by Adam. So says he quotes that the pshat is the avoda of the Aseret Semei Tshuva with clapping on our chest. We're working on ourselves. That's pnimi. We're working on the Yetzer Hara. He said over from Yonson David, the pshat is that's called So'or Shaba'isa. That's the leavening that's in the bread. That's the So'or, that's the Yetzer Hara, the conquering of our Yetzer. It's pnimi. We're busy working on it. That's the Tshuva Meira. But when you go into then, all that avoda expresses itself externally. Chitzonius, meaning we show ourselves out to the world. Now we have a different, we've conquered it, the pnimi, and we're going back. Now we have to do what Adam Arishon had to do had he not sinned. Meaning we have to conquer that which is external to us. Yeah, I want you to understand, the Derech Hashem says the same thing. The Derech Hashem says that even once we get back to the level of Adam Arishon before the sin, but then we have to do what Adam Arishon had to do. You follow? And he had to conquer. He had that Nesoyim. He failed. Unfortunately, he failed. The belt's going to have that similar Nesoyim. After we conquer, we get to the first level, we're going to have to go back. So he's tiny. He's saying pshat. The first, the Sarasime Tshuva, that's the pnimi. We're working on the pnimi. We're working on ourselves. But then Sukkot, it's external. We're fighting. It's external. And it comes out unbelievable. This word is a very, very deep word. Because think about it. Why do we keep Sukkot? Why do we keep Sukkot now? The famous kasha from the Torah. Yeah, the Torah himself. He asks, why do you keep Sukkot now? Zechel Yetzias Mitzrayim. We should be keeping it in this time. Famous kasha. Well, his answer is, it has to be nicker. You have to sit in the Sukkah, it has to be nicker that you're doing it l'shem Sukkah. People should see going out for the purpose of sitting in Sukkah, and you're not going out there because it's hot, it's hot in your house, you want to, going out for relaxation. He told him, who's that to be nicker to? The Vel. We want everyone. Don't let the nations of the world, they better know why you're sitting in the Sukkah. They have to know. And what else? Famous Chazal. What else Chazal say? We know, because I'll say that when we take the lulav is the sign of victory. What victory? That there was a din Torah. The Medrash says this, there was a conflict. There was a din Torah. There was a before Kodesh Baruch Hu on Rosh Hashanah between the Umos HaOlam and Klal Yisrael. Who's going to be victorious? You don't know who's winning. And then we come out with the lulav, and that shows we're victorious over the Umos HaOlam. That our world, which is the world of Tikkun, the world that's going to have a connection to Rabbanu Shalom, the world that can come back to Rabbanu Shalom, and is not divorced from Rabbanu Shalom, that is the ultimate halach in this world. But who are we concerned with? Them. What's the mitzvah that's offered to the Umas Olam at the end of time? The Umas Olam at the end of time, they have problems. All the scars being given out, all the rewards being given out, and they're not getting any. It's a whole Gemara and the Gemara of Avodah Zarah. So they tell them, we did like this, we did like this, we did like this. Okay? Very famous piece of Gemara. Finally, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what does he make? He offers them the mitzvah of sukkah. They go into the sukkah. Hashem makes it very hot, like a Tammuz. They go out and they kick it. And then they get punished. The one says, well, why? Mitzvah put them in the sukkah. Person who has SARS, now, if it's very hot, you're allowed to leave. There it says, yeah, but you didn't have to kick it. In other words, what I'm trying to point out now, these things can all be expressed. You can delve into them, but right now, understand that that's the difference. Sukkah is taking the Yom Kippurim and expressing it externally. We're not fighting with the Umos HaOlam. We're fighting with the external Yetzer. First, we're fighting with the internal Yetzer. Then we go and that means Sukkot is really Ke'ain Achras HaYomim. This is the beginning of the Yemos HaMashiach. It's Kulo Kodesh. We've been forgiven, and we are now, it's Ke'ain, like what's going to be in the time of the coming of the Messiah. And that will be when we have to overcome that final Messiah, like Aravot Rishon had to do. Now, so if we understand that, we can understand something else. Hold on. Now, I'd like to add the following point. I'm thinking about this. Avram Avinu, let's think about Avram Avinu. Avram Avinu had 10 tests, right? First test, according to many, was he was running away from Nimrod, and 2, Nimrod put him into the Kibshan Eish. He went to a fire. Right? It's not even mentioned, just alluded to in the Torah, and that basically many learn that the first Nisayon was Lech Lecha. So even if you learn that those 2 are the first 2 Nisayonos, but they're before Lech Lecha, and they're not even mentioned. They're not mentioned. And it's a Pella. Yeah. So the Ramban says that the reason why they're not mentioned is because the Torah doesn't want to go into the tinies of the Avodah Zarah. But if you see, the Rebbeinu Bachai says that there's an upside down nun. There's an upside down nun between Parshas Noach and Parshas Lech Lecha. Because that's the 2,000 years of Tohu before Lech Lecha. Then starts the 2,000 years of Earth. The 2 different epics. So as Kilu, we don't want to discuss what was going on in Tohu Vo. We want to talk about what's going on with Avram Avinu when he starts out now Lech Lecha, a new beginning. But hear me well. What was the nature of those 2 first tests? Nimrod, Kibshan Eish. He was fighting the world. He stood up. He destroyed his father's Avodah Zarah. That was not internal. He was fighting with everybody around him. He had a vikuach with Nimrod, who created the world. So he's out there. He's writing op-eds in the New York Times. Op-eds. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Those are the first Nisayon. Then when he gets to Lech Lecha, then the Nisayon has changed. Lech Lecha is not Nisayon vis-a-vis Yumos HaOlam. It's vis-a-vis himself. He's got to go. He's got to listen. What happens after Lech Lecha? The next Nisayon? Rav Ba'aretz. He's giving up his whole life. He's coming all the way to Eretz Yisrael. Famine. So what's the Nisayon? Lo lahare achamidosim shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not to question the ways of Hashem. The last Nisayon of Avram Avinu. Yekeda. Not vis-a-vis It means himself. He's built the whole world of Yitzchak. He has this whole idea of the Jewish people. He's made a person, he's created someone who's so Kodesh. Now Hashem says, we're changing the plan, and I want you to share. And it's against what he's been teaching the whole world. So this is, it's internal. It's with him. And is he questioning, is he accepting the word of Hashem? So by Avram, it's the opposite. Well, he starts out with nisyonis, which are external, hitzonius, and then he does with pneumius. The shots as follows. Does anyone appreciate it? It's different. The answer is, Avram Avinu is the new beginning. There was, Adam is lost. Now Hashem is waiting, said the Derech Hashem, for somebody else to choose the man, to become that person. Avram now has to establish himself as somebody that he's worthy to be chosen. How does he establish himself? Okay, he's prepared to stand against the entire world. He's Avram Avinu. Okay, he's shown himself that he's prepared to. Now we can start a new process with him. What's the new process? Okay, 2,000 years of Torah. We can, now Nisyonis, the Pnimi, come to the Pnimi. We are Klal Yisrael. We are now already, we're our Klal Yisrael. So now we have to go, we're going backwards. First we have to conquer the Chitzoni, or the Pnimi, which is, and then go to the Chitzoni. We have to go backwards, to go back to the level of Adam Rishon. He has to first get to become chosen. So he has to do with the Chitzoni before he does with the Pnimi. I hope I understood that point. You know, by Avram it works the opposite. Now, there's another Nakuda here. Tomorrow, we're going to have, okay, so we discussed that's the Gemara Din. Now this Gemara Din, the Chasimus Din, comes with another knech. Tomorrow morning we're going to take the Aravot, which are selling outside, and bang them. And destroy the Aravot. Right? Drop on the Aravot. And the purpose of that is the Aravot, remember, is that part of the Lulav which represents the Rosh. Right? There's no Luchluchis. That's the Rosh. That's the rock. And the simple pshat is that when you bang it on the floor, you're destroying the rock. You're getting rid of the rock. Remember, we're talking about now in Sukkot, it's like Achris Yamin, it's the Mos Mashiach. That's the destruction of rock. Remember, this is the Ushpizin of David HaMelech. David HaMelech makes Milchamas, and he brings Mashiach. Right? We're holding towards the end. Destruction of the rod. Knock it to the ground. No nothing more should be left. That's the pshat, in the simple pshat in banging the Aravot. The other pshat is, that's the simple pshat. That being said, that's the chalishis of the rod. Where does that start? Where does the process start? That we're able to take away from the din, to take away from the rod. I want to explain to you something. Very important point. The Fortune say, the Sarmamar say, you know whose schus we need? You know whose schus we need tonight? The schus of Yitzchak Avinu. Why? Because Yitzchak Avinu went to the Akedah. He went and he stuck out his neck and he was prepared to be sacrificed. That, because of that schus, because of him, we need him to get us through the din. What's the pshat? I want to tell you over it. What's the pshat? And by the way, this is the Gemara. The Gemara, it's a Gemara in Shabbos. I'll paraphrase the Gemara. There's Baruch who comes to the Aravot. He goes to Avram, "Vanecha chatu, your children sinned." He says, "Okay, Yimachal Kedush Shmecha. You destroyed for your holy name." That's not very nice. It's not clear what he means. He means the sins, or does he mean them? Then he says, I'm not doing so well with Avram. I'll check out with Yaakov. Does it? Yeah, Banecha Chatu. Yimachal Kedush Shmecha. He gives the same answer. Then he goes to Yitzchak. Yitzchak says, no, I have a lo Banecha. They're my children, not yours. Didn't you say B'ni B'char Yisrael? And they said Na'aseh v'Nishma. They were in Mitzrayim, and you knew they were going to go accept the Torah. You said B'ni B'char Yisrael. They're my firstborn Israel. Yeah. Avadia, the firstborn. We have someone here just made up this. Just made a pigeon of Ben. That's the connection. B'ni B'char Yisrael. They were tachlis of the Bria. Right? So this Baruch Hu wants us. So what are you blaming me, said Yitzchak. Then Yitzchak goes for the cheshbon. Says, well, you know, first 20 years we don't count. Then a lot of times they're eating, they're sleeping, they're drinking. He knocks it down. Yeah, he knocks it down to 25 years. Says half on me and half on you. And you know what? I'll take the whole thing if you don't want it. Go on me. Why? Because I stuck out my neck. What do you think? Yitzchak Avinu is the one that pleads for the mercy of the Jewish people at the end of time. And we need him tonight. So I want to explain to you something, because you should all be bothered. I've spoken this a few times, and finally I want to explain to you how the Shlomo learns. Because what's the pshat? Yitzchak Avinu is Midas Hadin, it's judgment. What's up is he's the one that's going to ask for Rachamim? How does that work? So listen to me. I'll explain to you something. The Shlomo says it as follows. Ola b'makshava, the Eibishter, when he created the world, it says Elokim. But yeah, Rashis bar Elokim as a Shemayim Tzar. Elokim is Midas Hadin. We spoke about Elokim before, right? Elokim is this world. Elokim. Ola b'makshava, the Eibishter wanted to create the world Midas Hadin. He saw the world with not Midas Chaim, and then he was Meshateh, he put in the Midas Harach. Says the Shlomo, listen to this. Says, don't think for a moment that Hashem changed his mind. Hashem doesn't change his mind. There's no such, what does that mean? He didn't change his mind. He said, for Kedushei Elyon, HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes with Midas Hadin. For the very special. Reisi B'nai Aliyah. I've seen special people who are B'nai Aliyah. They're Moatim. They're few. Yitzchak Avinu. Rabbi Akiva. Probably Shimon ben Yochai. He just speaking about Yitzchak. But these are people who lived up he did. Kedushei Elyon. They go through the din and meduktek. They go through the din and meduktek, and they're zoicha. Yitzchak Avinu goes for din, pure din, and what happens to him? He goes on his way, he comes down, and he lives forever. Kate's chai. He lives forever. He has the chiyas amazing. Because I'll look at it, he has chiyas amazing. Yitzchak Avinu goes through din and he makes it. Pure din. And so to other Kedushei Elyon. But they're few. Once they go through the din, they have the right to say for the rest of the Klal Yisrael, okay, give them rachamim. And listen to what he says. What does it mean, give them rachamim? Look at all the Yisur and look at the Golus that Klal Yisrael went. Look at all the punishments. Look at all the pain. Look at the Gehenna. All these things, the punishments, it's din. Says the Shlab, this is the greatest rachamim in the world. Yeah, but we think that, rachamim is mercy. Being able, listen, Yitzchak Avinu was a person through his deeds, he goes and he's with the Rabbanu Shalom purely on its own merit. Then you have another person who's been shluffing, he's been sleeping, who knows what he's been doing, right? Gets up to Shemayim, doesn't make it. So you know what? Well, there's all sorts of, you can get Yisurim, God forbid, and it can be Gehenna. There's all sorts of ways of fixing the situation, right? Looking at him, I'll peed rachamim. But even the punishment is a rachamim. Because who says? I want to ask you a question. A guy runs, he runs the race. He's the 4-minute mile. And I'm chugging along over here, I can barely, run 5 feet. So then you say, well, if I go work in a work farm for a few years, I can join them, the guys who know how to run. What's the guy do with anything? It's rachamim. The punishment itself is rachamim. Yisurim themselves is rachamim. Because that's going to entitle even those who couldn't make it on their own, they'll be with the Chasidei Elyon. But who can make that? Who can do that? Only those who make it through. Yitzchak Avinu. And that's how he learns Pshat. When the Kodesh Baruch Hu goes from the Kisei Adin to the Kisei Rachmim, Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? He goes from the Kisei Adin to the Kisei Rachmim. He goes. It's not Pshat. He judges with din. After he does with din, with the people who can take it, okay, then there's a schus that are based on the fact that there's a din. Now he can go with Rachmim. Then he can look at everyone else in a different light. The Rachamim is based on the din. That's how he learns. And who's the one who can do that to Yitzchak Avinu? And you know what? The Shalom Morris makes the following point. How old was Yitzchak Avinu when he did it? How old was he did the Akedah? He was 37 years old. You know what? If you count up the words Elokim in Bereshis, you'll get 35 times Elokim, Elokim, Elokim. Then there's a pair, he says. One is talking about the creation of the world, where he says Hashem Elokim, and then he speaks about the potential for rain, Hashem Elokim. That's the 37 times. Yitzchak Avinu corresponds to the 37 times. When Hashem introduces on the 37th, he learns that the two go together. The 37th is a remes to Yitzchak Avinu, who is he's the one that allows for the rachamim. Hashem Elokim, the shita for the rachamim, is Mikayach Yitzchak Avinu, that he is the one who went on the occasion. It's unbelievable to it. Now, I'm going to go on another point to this, but it's all related. There's another Nakuda tomorrow morning. For those of you who make it to tomorrow morning, because they're staying up all night. You never know what's going to be, right? Yeah? Life is good and a happy life, right? But tomorrow morning, we're going to do something special. Every day, what have we been doing? We've been going around the bima with our lulav and saying Hoshanas, how many times? Once around. Tomorrow morning, it's a major track event, 7 times. 7 times. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. We say all the Hoshanas, which they connect the different meters of the Kadosh Baruch Hu. But you know what? You know what it says in the Yerushalmi? And the Vilna Gaon brings it, and the Torah brings it. It's Zecher LiYericho. Jericho. Remember Jericho? You remember the song, right? But the battle of Jericho, and the walls all came tumbling down. You learned that when you were 6. Okay? The walls all came tumbling down. Yeshua went around Jericho once, every day for 7 days. Once, the last day, 7 days. They went 7 times around. They blew the shofar every day, by the way. The walls came tumbling down. It was buried in the ground. Says the Gaon that we take, there's a minhag. I don't know, we may not do it here in the yeshiva. Some people put 7 sifrei Torah in the bima. And they get the 7 shofars. The blowing of the shofar. Many people just bring out all the sifrei Torah, whatever. But there's such a minhag. Remembering not just the fact that we went around and the wall and they fell down, that we marched around, but with the blowing of the shofar. And that we're doing when on Hoshana Rabbah. What's the connection? What connection? Interesting. This is seemingly something different altogether. The shot is follows. I mean, this is how I understand it. They bring in measures. The measure says like this: that all 7 of the Canaanite nations, all of them put representatives and they brought people into Jericho. When they heard that Claudius was coming, they all got together over there. And the Medrash says that Jericho was like a mafteach. It was like a key. If you conquered Jericho, it's like you conquered all that. Okay? So conquering Jericho was the beginning of the conquering of Eretz Yisrael, and it's tantamount to conquering all of Eretz Yisrael. Because they were all represented. And how did they do it? With the shofar. They blew the shofar. They went around. Now, there's a lot that you can say about this, but I would like to offer the following thought. What's the shofar? We blow the shofar on Rosh Hashanah. The Maral and others explain that the shofar comes from the deepest part of the man. We blow the shofar from our lungs, and it expresses itself as a call. That's taking pure pneumius of who we are and expressing it into the world. That's how his shofar, he says, is like the Kadosh Baruch Hu, as the word creates the world. It starts from nothing, it comes out, it's Yitzia. The Yitzia comes out. It's from the depths of who we are. It brings out the pneumius of the Jewish people. I want to learn a simple pshat. And I'm sure there are other ways of looking at this, but my understanding is like, what's the first pasuk of the Torah? Reishis bar Elokim es hashamayim v'sara. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? You learned that. Everyone gets the first pasuk. You only stop skipping. First pasuk, we're all excited, you have your books open. Okay, I woke you up. Bereshis bara. Bereshis, what is Aram Yitzchak? Why does the Torah start with Bereshis bara? It should start with Achodesh Lechem, the first mitzvah. There's Rabbi Yitzchak, Koyach Ma'asav Higil Amo, that he wants to say that what? That the Goyim are going to say, the almost all of them will say that Listimatem, you're thieves, since when you come to conquer Israel. And you answer, no. Hashem takes, you learn it from the book of Bereshis. Hashem punishes those who don't do his lesson, and he rewards those who do. Bereshis bara, Bishvil Reshis, for Klal Yisrael. The whole creation, everything that's going on in this world is Bishvil Reshis. So when we blow the shofar, we're accessing the pneumius of the world, what the world's really all about. If Klal Yisrael is not ready to come in, they've already been in the desert for 40 years. They're ready to come into Eretz Israel. They blow the shofar. That's the pneumius who they are. Kodesh Baruch Hu makes an ace and they conquer. That's the pshat in excuse me. In Hoshana Rabbah. I didn't explain to you one other thing. I said it's a yeka, but you know there's a fancy gematria. When was the world created? 6 days before Adam Rishon. So 20 plus 6, and that's hard math. But no calculators on this. I'm on tape. No calculators. 26, that's the Shem Hashem. The Shem of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Laman Shemo. This is, it's called Hoshana Rabbah. Hoshana Rabbah. Says the Rebbeinu Bachai. Why is it called Rabbah? Because it's the Shem Hashem. Yud Kei Vav Kei. Hallel Gadol. Hallel Gadol. We say the 26 Hililom Chazdo. With Gadol Baruch Hu maintained the world for 26 generations until the Torah was accepted. 26 is the Shem Hashem. That is the Hoshana Rabbah, is Laman Shemo. Ultimately, the HaKadosh Baruch Hu is a Ratzon. He wants this world. This is, as a word, we're getting to beyond ourselves. Even if we're not Zaycha, Yitzchak will pull us through. Even if we can't, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants the world to succeed. There's going to be Tikkun Olam. Laman Shemo. Yud Kei Vav Kei. That's Hoshana Rabbah, and the walls are going to come tumbling down. The concept belt is going to stand and be at our office when there's Tikkun Olam. Now, Chevra, I want to share with you a very important one. And it's as follows. I'm going to tell you that when we do these avodas, we're now in the midst of Sukkot. And we are meant to be, case we came to do, we're supposed to be with the Rabbanu Shalom. We shake our lulav. The lulav is a way that lulav represents all the advarim of a man. It represents the Kodesh Baruch Hu. It represents all the different atzeyor, all the species of the world. And we're taking them and miyachid it to a Kodesh Baruch Hu. We're serving the Rabbanu Shalom. We're sitting in the sukkah, we're eating, we're drinking. We had Zeichet Nisach HaMayim, the time when we made the Beis HaMikdash, we were able to do Nisach HaMayim. The Nisach HaMayim represents the idea of the Mayim Boichin, the water that was separated from the Kodesh Baruch Hu, is returned to its creator. We're doing all these avodas. And I think that a thinking Jew realizes, we're not watching a play over here. This is not a performance. We are the players. Now, sometimes, things are happening in the world. You sit back and you watch, This is us. We're part of Jewish people. We are doing it right now. This is it. And that's the Pashup Shai. What is our lives? I want to share with you a thought. And I think this thought is very significant. Like this. The Gra says as follows. The Gra is explaining, in the piece that he explains, about how this month of Tishrei is the month of Hoshana, Yom Kippurim, and ultimately Kein Yemos Mashiach and the Sukkah, and then Shmini Atzeres is when there's no nations in the world already gone. The Shivim Parim are over. Remember, we have Shivim Parim, the 70 Parim, are no longer being brought. It's just us with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. That's tomorrow. That's on Shmini Atzeres. Then we're not just we don't need the sukkah. We're dancing Nisbach Habach with you. We dance with the Sefer Torah. You're dancing Kavi Yochel. So Shmini Atzeres is Mi'alam Me'ev, beyond this village. This last stage is the beginning of what it's going to be like in Olam. So we're in that process, and we try to relate to this. The Vilna Gaon says like this. He says, everything that ever happened in this world, and anything that will ever happen in this world, and every detail of whatever happened in this world is written in the Torah. Everything that ever happened to any man, anything that ever happened to any behemoth, anything, it's all somewhere in the Torah. From Bereshit Bara and Kol Yisrael. Everything. And then he says, you might be familiar with this concept, that Moshe Rabbeinu, Aaron HaKohen, the Avos, Omagago, there's a Gilgulim of them. In every generation, we have someone who's like a Moshe Rabbeinu, someone who's like an Aaron HaKohen, someone who's like the Avos. Every generation, and every generation goes through the experiences of Klal Yisrael that are presented in the Torah. That means that Klal Yisrael, the Torah is the quote-unquote the storyline, please, forgive me, even though what happened, it repeats itself over and over and over again. When Avaji Yosef was nifted, they compared him to Aaron HaKohen. They called Rav Shach, people thought of him as Moshe Rabbeinu. I personally thought Rav Chaim was like Avram Avinu. That was my own feeling. I don't have any, that's just how I thought. But the thought is not true. There are people in every generation that are somehow the repetition of the great people of our nation, and also some of the negative ones. There's a Dasan Ba'aviram in every generation. And some of the things you hear on the radio, who wrote their lines? It's the same lines of Dasan Ba'aviram already back in the Chum. Listen to this. Every individual is going to go through in his life the entire Torah. You're right. Every individual, all of us, will have in their lives, they will have the entire Torah played out in their own life. Now, you know what that means? I want you to understand. Now, one of the things you have to understand, so we went to Gadol, for instance, there's Gadol, right? We went to the Midbar, went to Mitzrayim. You go into the Sukkot. I'm just giving you a for instance, right? Some say if a person was hired from Golos because he was there on Yom Kippur, so you can be Yotzi your Golos by going into the Sukkot. You leave your house, you go into the Sukkot. That's called Golos. You're leaving your house. So how the Torah plays out in each of our lives is going to be different. It doesn't necessarily mean we all have to go step up to Egypt, get on a plane tomorrow, and leave. It just means that all the events will in some way be replicated in a certain form in everyone's life. And how that is manifest will be different for all of us. Okay? But that means when you're learning the Torah, when we're living the Torah, right now we're talking about Aravot on Sukkot, and we have to fight away. You have another 12, 15 hours. You got to Haparayim. Haparayim! Teshu Kein Tidura, living with the Rabbah Shiurim. This is it. Tzman Simchat. And that's what, but it's more than that. Each individual has a Bereshit. Each individual has the 10 Nisyonos of Avram Avinu. Each individual goes down to Mitzrayim. Each individual gets redeemed from Mitzrayim. Each individual has his moment of Maimed HaSinai. Each individual will have his 10 Nisyonos in the Midbar. And each individual will ultimately reach the end of the Torah. Comes out good, right? To be true. What we're experiencing, what we're doing, is Avodah Avodah. We have to understand that it's not just the Avodah of the Klal Yisrael. This is the blueprint of life. The Torah is the blueprint of life, of all of our life. Shoot the kamashmo. But you know what that means? That means it's not, we'll use modern language. There are challenges. I'm becoming modern. We used to talk about problems. There are challenges. There's challenges. There's ups, there's downs. There's something that has to be overcome. That's the nature of life. But that's what the Torah is all about. Dealing and overcoming and relating and developing a connection with the Hashem. That's what it's all. That's the whole thing. And it has its permutations. So let's understand that this Sukkot, we are now, I would just like to tell you, I will end off with the following thought. We went out from the Diras Kvar to Diras Arad. We went from our permanent dwelling to a temporary dwelling. But the permanent dwelling was in this world. It's the Olam HaShek. Secure. Shem Shemayim is Chal Neschach. Living with the Rabbah Shalom. It's if anything, it's Diras Arad because it's built in a very not permanent fashion, but it's the emes. It's the emes of what life's really all about. On Sukkot, you see what life is all about. Chevra, what's the smallest shear of a Sukkot? 7 by 7 tfachim. You know what that means? You can live in a space of 7 by 7 tfachim. You have a mansion, Chevra, Beverly Hills. A huge mansion. A mensch needs 7 by 7 tfachim. You get along, you can sleep in it. And you have a little place to eat. That's how much space you need, really. Because what you really need is a relationship with the Lord. But okay, we're not meant to stay in the sukkah the whole year. We do it 7 days, just like by matzah. We keep away from the chametz, 7 days. And you got to take the sukkah back into your house. You have to take all the ha'ara, all that kirva, all of that beauty, and put it back into the home. Bring it back with you. And ultimately, of course, the culmination of Shmini Atzeres. And then we have it for the rest of the year. However, we should all have a Gemara Tov, Piska Taiva. Everyone should be healthy and good. And we should finish off with the Rabbah Shalom, Ne'ein Olam Ha.
So apparently we didn't have any sound up till now. We'll just check we've got sound. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. There's no sound at all, yeah? Okay, so we'll go back to the beginning. Sukkot is a time, the only festival, the only Chag of the major Chagim, which is referred to as Man Simcha. The essence of Sukkot is Simcha. Pesach is called Man Seinu, Shavuos Man Matan Torah Seinu. The essence of Sukkot is Simcha. Now, I don't know about you, but very often, for me, it's very difficult to achieve that Simcha. Now, I was very comforted when I saw the Vilna Gaon actually says that the Samach B'Chagecha is actually the most difficult mitzvah in the Torah. And I want to go into that, and why that is, and how one can really achieve a deep Simcha on Sukkot. But I was thinking to myself, even, Lahavdil, Aleph Havdol is in the natural run of things. There's an extensive psychological literature about how time in the secular calendar, when they have their quote-unquote simchas, when they have their holidays, people tend to feel, oh, why aren't I feeling happy? Why is everybody else having a nicer time than me? Also, like the cracks in family relationships when families get together tend to be more bolate, more obvious. So for sure, the whole concept of arriving at a time and place where one is expected to feel happy in itself sets us up for a feeling of incompleteness. We didn't achieve it. We didn't get there. I know very often it's much easier sometimes to go through the rigorous self-scrutiny of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, the fast of Yom Kippur, the Inuim Yom Kippur, whatever that is, and then the very difficult mitzvah of Samachta B'Chagecha, Yom Simcha. And yet, Vilna Gaon says, again, that this Simcha was not so always so elusive. In fact, the reason why it's called Man Simcha is because that was the time that the Anani Kovo, the clouds of glory, returned to Klal Yisrael after the Chet HaEgel on the 15th of Tishri. And Bnei Yisrael experienced the joy of knowing that Hashem has forgiven. That is why it's a Simcha. It says, and by the mitzvah, the Simcha's Beis HaShvei, the Simcha of the drawing up of the water. And you never saw Simcha until you saw Simcha. This idea of drawing up from the water on a deeper level is to draw up from the depths of one's own being the connection to Hashem. Just like those Anani Kovo caused a tremendous Simcha because there was a sense, a knowledge, a surety of being connected to Hashem. So the idea of Simcha in itself is an idea of connection. Simcha is connection. The Gemara in Sukkot describes a measurement called a Tefach Somayach. Tefach is a hand's breadth. What's a Tefach Somayach? It's slightly larger than a normal Tefach. So the question is, why is it called a Tefach Somayach? Why did Chazal give it the name of a happy Tefach? Why didn't they call it, I don't know, Maxi Tefach, Tefach Gadol? And the idea of all Simcha is the idea, in the non-Jewish world, the idea of, they want to call it Lahavdil Simcha, is to get out of it. Let's talk about it, let's get out of it. To a Jew, real Simcha is to get into it. Real Simcha is to feel yourself expanding without losing who you are. The things that give a person Simcha are when a person gets married. So he feels more than himself. I've expanded my perimeters of my consciousness. It's not me, it's me and my wife. When Rav Hashem has children, so that's my boundary is now even bigger. And similarly, when a person, the idea of true Simcha is the idea that I can connect, I feel greater, larger in myself. To Avram Avinu, the entire world That really is Simcha. And that ultimate Simcha is, of course, to be connected to Hashem. Listen, we've all felt connected to Hashem at some point in life. Some people find that davening, anybody who's ever davened once well in their whole life, it's never going to be the same person again. Davening's very difficult. You know, if you've ever davened once well, that's something that stays with you forever and ever. There are times when a person feels that connection. As we said before, the Vilna Gaon said that the reason why it's called Yom Simchasein, Zman Simchasein, is because of the simcha of the returning of the Ananei HaKavod. The Ananei HaKavod, the clouds of glory, were were evidence of the fact that now Hashem had forgiven them of the Chet of the Egel, and there was a closeness to Hashem. So all Simcha is to feel the expansion, to feel that I'm more, that when a person is connected to Hashem, that's the ultimate Simcha. And I think the reason is that we don't feel the Simcha of Sukkot a lot of the time is because we're very, very far from being connected to Hashem. And of course, if we don't feel connected to Hashem, then we're living in our own world, and that's a lonely world. They say that Napoleon slept very little. The reason was, somebody asked him, why is that? He says, listen, when I'm awake, I'm the king of the world. When I'm asleep, I'm no different to any other foot soldier. Person, when he's trapped within himself, that's the most lonely feeling there is. And we live in a world where we're taught to disconnect, taught in a sense to be in our own heads. I remember when I traveled to the States more than I do now, but on the internal flights in the States, there's this little magazine, I have it, called the In-Flight Buying Guide. I used to love this thing. I'd never seen a magazine so full of things that I didn't need. I'll give you an example. You had a pair of sterling silver monogrammed cufflinks for your pajamas, a pair of GPS swimming goggles for swimming the English Channel, a reamer for your ketchup bottle. Now, this is a really interesting. This is like you can imagine a twirly piece of metal with a handle on one end and a piece of sponge on the other end. And you stick it into your ketchup bottle to be able to scoop up the last micro fragments of ketchup, which you can then squeeze onto your chip. Now, of course, I'm exaggerating. Maybe I'm not even. But that's the sort of. And I looked at this magazine, and I was thinking, what is this what's behind this? Everything in life can teach you something. And I thought, this magazine is teaching me. I'm terminally in need. And there are so many things. I need that. I need this. I need this. I need that. I never realized I needed all of these things. When you're taught to be a needer, you are teaching yourself to focus on yourself. You're making yourself a lonely little tefach katan, little person cut off from everything else, because the whole world surrounds my needs. I need this, I need that. And as Rav Dessler says in Mindfulness Chesed, that the whole essence of, there are two drives, basic motivational drives in this human being. There's the desire to give and the desire to take. The desire to take is the root of all wars or evil, and the desire to give is a godly feeling, because that is essentially who Hashem is. Hashem is the ultimate giver. He's the ultimate giver because there's nothing we can give him in return. And when a person gives, he becomes, so to speak, Tselem Elokim. That's what it means to be Tselem Elokim. That we can become givers. And chinuch, if I can use that word, is misappropriate that word. The Western society, education is, I grew up in it, the me generation. Me. How is this satisfying me? Why do you think divorce rates are so high? Because people go into their relationships with the idea to satisfy me. There's a famous story, and maybe you've heard it, about of Eli Lopian, who was worshipped with Bar Hasidim. And he walked into the dining room one day, and he saw this bocher packing into this fish, really eating this fish with great gusto. And he walked over and said, like fish, huh? I love fish. He said, no, you don't. If you loved fish, you'd be happier if it was still swimming around in the sea. You love yourself. Most of what we call love of other things is love of ourselves, and the object of our love being a fish or being a wife is the way that a person satisfies his own self-love. So that's the world that we're coming from. That's the world we grow up in. That's the world that we're struggling against. And that's the world that Sukkot and Simchat, the idea of expanding myself beyond my ego. And that's very much linked up with another, humility. The first step to Simcha is to say, I'm not living in my own world. I'm living in Hashem's world. I'm living in Hashem's world. Say that to yourself a few times a day. I'm living in Hashem's world. This is not my world. And we have a mitzvah twice a day to say Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Why? Because it's very easy to think, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu. Sure, there's a God in the world, but you know something? Ani Echad. I know that I exist. I'm sure about me. I don't know about the rest of you. You know, maybe this is vast, IMAX presentation, which I move through in my life, and everything. I remember a few years ago, I had this car and it got stuck. And there was this fellow, battery was drained, and he helped me charge up the battery. And it wasn't working. You know, you connected the car, and it was a big car actually, and it was very difficult. Eventually, after about 25 minutes, I got it going. I said, thank you so much. Lo bati le'olam le'echol glida. I didn't come to the world to eat ice cream. But most of us come to the world to eat ice cream in one way or another, more subtle forms of ice cream. And that is to do with another. This is not my world. I'm here, I'm in Hashem's world. Hashem wants me to be like Him. He wants me to be a giver. And there's a beautiful, Bezat Hashem, if you ever Messiah Maseches Sukkah, there's a beautiful thing at the end of the Orach Laneh called Seal. What was it, Seal? And he does a beautiful explanation of three-way Machlokas Amoraim on the first Mishnah in Sukkah. The first Mishnah in Sukkah talks about a Sukkah which is above 20 amos. Machlokas between Rabbi Yehuda and Chomim. Chomim say it's possible. Sukkah above 20 amos is possible. That's how we paskin. And there are three-way machlokas between the Amoraim as to why that is. Machlokas between Rabbah, Rabbi Zera, and Rabbah. Rabbah says the reason why a sukkah above 20 amos is possible is lo sholta be'einai. The eye does not register that you're in a sukkah when the sukkah is so high. I guess what we would call peripheral vision doesn't take in the fact when something's so high, I'm not conscious of the fact that I'm sitting in a sukkah. That's Rabbah. Rabbi Zera says the reason why it's possible is the sukkah which is so high, a person is dwelling under the shade, the tsail of the defonot. The defonos, the walls, and a person. The idea of the sukkah is a person has to be dwelling under the sail of the schach. And the third reason, Rabbah's reason, and actually we paskin like Rabbah, is the reason why that a sukkah above 20 amos is possible is because a person, typically when he builds the structure, capable of being more, of supporting schach higher than 20 amos, is building a binyan kfa, ever, a fixed building. And the whole idea of the sukkah is it should be a binyan arai, a transitory dwelling. The Orach Laneh comes along and he touches up on a deeper level this machlokas, he says beneath the surface of things, what's going on there is a machlokas, if you like, between what is the ikka of a tzaddik in this world. The three cardinal virtues of a tzaddik, he says, are yiras shamayim, bitochen, and another. Fear of heaven, trust in Hashem, and humility. And he says that's really what's beneath this conversation. Now, of course, everybody agrees all of these virtues are necessary. But which one is the mainstay? Which one is the most essential? So he goes through and he says, okay, let's start with Rabbah. Rabbah says the reason why Sukkot above 20 amos is possible. Why? Because it is lo sholta ba'eino. The eye does not rest on the Sukkah. Now, well known that the gematria of Sukkah is 91, which is a combination of Yud K, Vav K, and Adnos, Ado and Noi. You take those two names, the apparent name of Hashem, Adnos, and the Shem of Forish, and you add the gematria of the two together, that's Sukkah. So in other words, Sukkah, so to speak, is the name of Hashem, the Shem Hashem. He says, what is the essence of yiras shamayim, fear of heaven? Shavisi Hashem v'negdi somim. I have placed Hashem in front of me all the time, constantly. It's lacking in Shavisi Hashem. If I can't see, if I'm not aware of the schach, if it's so high, then that's lacking, so to speak, in my ability to have yiras shamayim. Because the whole idea of yiras shamayim is that I, so to speak, I see Hashem. And the names of Hashem, which are entangled, so to speak, are some of those of that schach. I don't see that. My eye is not resting on that. I have, in some way, I'm lacking Shavisi Hashem l'negdi somim. That's Rabbi. Rabbi Zera says, as we said before, is bitochen. He says a very interesting thing, Yochanan. He says there are three kinds of bitochen, and only one of them is correct. There's a bitochen which says, I'm fine, I don't need to do any hishtadlus, I don't need to make any effort, I'll sit here in my living room and Hashem will send me paychecks. That is mistaken bitochen. A person has to do his hishtadlus. That's a mistaken bitochen. There's another kind of mistaken bitochen which goes like this. I'm going to be mishtadel, I'm going to try, I'm going to put effort. And my Yeshua, my rescue, my salvation will come through my efforts. Because that's not true. A person's efforts in this world, he's mechuyav, he's obliged to make effort. But Hashem can send him whatever he needs, his Yeshua, his salvation, he can save him from any direction whatsoever. Don't think that what you're doing in any way, so to speak, limits Hashem, is supporting Hashem's rescue. He says when a person, again, Rabbi Zera says, what we're talking, we're dwelling under the shade of the defonos. The defonos, the typical four, so to speak, walls of the sukkah, are efforts in Olam Hazeh. Olam Hazeh. This world is notionally conceived as the four directions, north, south, east, and west. So the four walls, so to speak, of the sukkah are efforts in Olam Hazeh. So if you're dwelling under the shade of those walls, it's, so to speak, I'm demonstrating that Hashem's, the Yeshua, is really being supported. I'm dwelling, the shade that I'm getting is not the Tzela de Hemnusa, the shade of faith. It's the shade of my own efforts. Now, while on the subject, I had an idea a few years ago which I want to share with you. You know, we talk all over the sukkahs about this idea of Tzela de Hemnusa, the shadow of faith. It's actually a posik in Shir Shiurim. What is faith? What has faith got to do with shadow? I mean, it's like one of these things that shadow of faith, shadow. But if you think about it, shadow of faith. I was thinking, if you look at a shadow on the ground, a shadow really has no reality at all. Something which doesn't really exist. But it shows you something that you can't see right now exists. A shadow shows you there's something that exists which I can't see. The shadow itself doesn't exist. But the thing that is causing the shadow proves the existence, so to speak, of the thing causing the shadow. That is emunah. A person cannot see Hashem in this world. But emunah is to understand, to see the shadow in this world. And as Moshe Rabbeinu said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, show me your face. Lo ani. You can't see, man can't see my face in this world. You can't see Hashem in this world, but you can see his shadow. So that's why I think it's called the Tzedek B'Hem. Okay, that's by the by. The third opinion we said in this three-way Machlokas Amoraim is the one we pass tonight, which is Rava. Rava says the pillar of faith is anava, and the building which is umgeblosum, which is grown up, which is this huge 20 amma building, is not considered a binyan arai, a temporary dwelling, a binyan kevin. There's a beautiful story about the Chofetz Chaim. Apparently, the Chofetz Chaim was being visited by a very wealthy businessman in the States, and he came in, and this businessman was shocked. He looked at the Chofetz Chaim's living room, and there was basically a couple of books, no library, a couple of chairs, and a table. He says, Rosh Hashiva, where's your furniture? So Chofetz Chaim said, well, where's your furniture? So the businessman said, well, I'm just passing through. So the Chofetz Chaim said, so am I. The person becomes attached to this world, and the person dwells in a structure which can support, which is 20 amas high. That shows that he's making olam hazeh, keva, fixed. He's not focusing on his olam hazeh. And that's the idea of another. And we pass it like that. As we said before, the key to Simcha is another. It's humility. If you think that this is your world, it's a lonely world. You'll become like Napoleon. If you see this world as a way that I can ultimately expand my perception, to connect to beyond myself, ultimately to Hashem, and that's the true Simcha. There's a lovely story I heard about a famous family here, well known, just up the road for their tremendous Achnosis Orphan. Probably know what I'm talking about. On any Shabbos, you can find 50, 100 people. The weird and the wonderful. Somebody turned up one Shabbos with a donkey. And nobody's turned away. Everybody's welcomed. There was apparently one, many years ago now, there was one guy from the Hebrew University, a student, who had a ring in his nose. Turned up, and he was giving the host, the Balabos, a very, very hard time. And every time he wanted to say about Torah, he would say, this is fundamentalism and religious coercion, and etc., etc. Very, very hard time. So as everybody was walking out, and the host was saying goodbye to everybody, and there's this little 8-year-old kid, I think he was about 8 years old. This 8-year-old kid was standing there as everybody was going out. And he looked up at this university student and said, why have you got that thing in your nose? So this university student looked back at this 8-year-old kid and said, why have you got that thing on your head? And without batting an eyelid, this little boy looked up and said, it's because I have to know at all times, all places, that there's something bigger and more important above me. Now, why have you got that thing in your nose? The student couldn't answer him. Went back to the university, took out his diary, his journal, and said, this little boy of 8 years old knows exactly why he's wearing a kippah on his head. I have absolutely no idea why I'm wearing this kippah. The story becomes, I don't know if it came from, it didn't become from, it doesn't really matter. It does matter what I'm saying as far as humility. There's a joke they say in Los Angeles, Hollywood, two actors sitting on Sunset Strip, and one actor's talking to the other actor, and he's telling him about all the jobs that he got, jobs he didn't get, the jobs he went up for, he shouldn't have been sent up for, the jobs he wasn't sent up for, he should have been sent up for, the jobs he was too short for, he was too tall for, he was too good looking for, he wasn't good looking. Went on and about half an hour. He gets to the end and he says, okay, that's enough about me. You talk about me for a while. So I heard a story from Rebendel Weinbach, saying it's on Livrocha. There was a big Zioni, a big secular Zionist who came to visit Yerushalayim. He was walking around Meah Shearim without a cup. Yerushalayim. And this little boy ran up to him, and it's the whole thing when conversation, of course, was in Yiddish, because the early days of the state, all of the secular leaders came from religious homes, so it wasn't too much. So he said to him in Yiddish, "Wo ist dein Kappelech? Where's your couple?" So this secular leader of the Labour Party says to him, "The whole sky is my kippah." The little boy looks at him and says, "Such a big kippah for such a small head." Humility, anava. There's nothing humbler than the Aravot, than the willow. Today is the day of the willow, Hoshana Rabbah. It has neither smell nor taste. The Vilna Gaon says that there are 10 words for happiness in Hebrew, and Simcha is davka, the happiness of feeling connected to Hashem. As we said before, the idea of Simcha is the expansion of oneself, the perception of oneself. In Hebrew, there's this idea of expansion. I want to try and go into this a bit more. The word in Hebrew for a katan, for a child, a minor, is katan. Katan is connected to the Aramaic word katua, which is, actually we have a similar word in English, katan, katua, why? Because to a baby, to a child, every single moment is separate reality. You give a popsicle to a child, the world is just the most wonderful place in the world, take it away, and the world has just come to an end. A baby is prepared to wake up in an entire continent if it has a tickle in the back of its throat. A baby sees nothing more than this second. He's katua. And the opposite of a katan is gadol. Gadol comes from the expression, actually, when Yaakov Avinu was benching the tribes, blessing the tribes, he just blesses the tribe of Gad. He says, Gad, Gudud, Gudenu. Gad is a marching troop. The whole idea of Gadlut, of being an adult, is to be able to take each single moment in one's life and connect it outward, connect it beyond yourself. As we were saying before, our whole education in the Western society is to make us small-minded. If you look at any of the media, if you look at television cutting rate, now this, now this, now this, now this. To me, it's a miracle I can still teach somebody a toast. When people have been brought up on the diet of TikTok and shorts, and how do you teach somebody? The whole idea of learning is to hold kop, is to focus. And we're taught, our society teaches us, now this, pop, 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 pop. And the whole essence of emunah is to be able to become a gadol. If you've ever met an Adam Gadol, we call him in the Jewish world a great man, an Adam Gadol. The reason why he's gadol is because he is able to take every single moment of his life and everything is focused. Everything is going in the same direction. Most of us get distracted. And I think that's probably because a lot to do with the education we have. I don't know, I'm not going to go into this now, but Ritalin seems to be a drug which is become sort of, almost like wearing spectacles. We didn't have that in my day. Now, I don't want to go into this, it's a big discussion, but it's interesting that for sure, attention, focus, deficiency is a major problem. An Odom Gadol, somebody who's great, the idea of Gadlut Gad Gedud Yigudenu is he takes every single thing that he does. Nothing is for no reason. Everything he does is focused in a single, cogent direction. This is Hoshana Rabbah. Hoshana, which is Rabbah, which is Gadol. What is the Gadlut? What is the Gadol of Hoshana? Rabbeinu Bachya in his commentary on the Zohar Bracha notes that there are several things we can call Gadol, and amongst these things he lists Hoshana Rabbah. As we said before, Katan, Katua, Gadol, Gedilim, in other words, the tzitzis, same word, Gadol. Why? Because the whole idea of tzitzis is that which leads you beyond yourself out. Four corners, the four tzitzis lead you out and beyond. One of the threads is supposed to be Techeles. Techeles is another, you can, blue of the Techeles, the Torah says in Bracha. The blue of the Techeles is Domino, the blue of the sea. And the blue of the sea is Doma to the blue of the Rakia, the sky. And the blue of the sky is Doma to the blue which is of the Kisei HaKavod, which is a mystical concept, a throne, which is, of course, links to that which is beyond everything, which is Ein Sof. So the whole idea of Gadol, again, is to deal in, to lead you out from beyond this four world, this four-dimensional existence, four-directional. Interesting enough, if you look up into a sky when there's no clouds, the color that you see is Techeles, because Techeles is the same as another word in Hebrew, which is Tachlis, which means end. You see to the end. There's a well-known Yalkut Shimoni that talks about the four species, the Abaminim corresponding to four kinds of Jews. I'm sure you've heard this, very well known. There's the Jew who's like an Esrog, who has mitzvahs and Ma'asim Tovim. There's the Jew who's like a Lulav. The Esrog tastes nice, smells nice, taste is Torah, smell is Ma'asim Tovim, Reah, fragrance. The Lulav doesn't smell nice, but it produces fruit, marim, dates, which are delicious. The Hadas doesn't have any fruit, but it smells very beautiful. And the poor old Aravot, smell, doesn't have taste. That represents the Jew who has neither mitzvahs or ma'asim Torah. And that is the day that we single out. There's a minhag atik, back in the time of the Beis HaMikdash, that they would take these huge Aravos and walk. That's what we're going to do tomorrow morning. Walk around. They would single out the Aravah. There's no Esrog day. There's no Lulav day. There's no Hadas day. Why do we have, of all of these four species, why do we pull out the poor old Aravah? Now, there's a well-known Yalkut Shimoni that tells us that if you remember in the formulation of the Ketoret, the spices, there was something in that ingredient which was a foul-smelling spice, which is called chelbana. By itself, chelbana smelled extremely unpleasant, but without the chelbana, it wasn't the Ketoret was asur, invalid. And which is the reason why people speak about when we daven on Kol Nidre, we daven that we should be mutter for us to palel imha avaryanim. Avaryanim means sinners, not people who just do averos here and there. Avaryanim, hardened, so to speak, criminals, like people who are no goodness. Why? And the idea is because without that particular element of Klal Yisrael, it's Nishkan Klal Yisrael. It's not the Jewish people. We need everybody there. Our tefillahs, in order to go up on Kol Nidre, we have to have that bechelbana, that foul-smelling element, so to speak. It's got to be in there. It's not ketoris without chelbana, and without the avaryanim, it's not a tefillah's Klal Yisrael. Fine. Maybe that's the idea of what the Aravah is. No mitzvahs. But to single the Aravah out? True, the Aravah is mashlim. The chelbana is mashlim. It completes the Ketores. The Aravayanim complete Klal Yisrael. We don't pull them out as an example, parade them around. Why do we do this? And I think this is really what I want to get to. If you can take if you can take something away from what I'm saying, this is really the Ikka of Hoshana Rabbah. To connect to Hashem, to have the Simcha of Zman Simchoseinu. And that's today is the day of the last day, the day of David HaMelech. David, the Ushpizin of David HaMelech. David HaMelech said, "Ani tola v'lo ish." I'm a worm. Tremendous humility. David HaMelech actually had no life of his own. David HaMelech was given the 70 years of life from Adam Arisha. He lived on borrowed time. He had nothing. That's the awareness that we want to try and grasp in this day of Hoshana Rabbah. That I have nothing. As the Medrash said, the Kodesh Baruch Hu showed all the otzros, the storehouses of schar, of reward. And there was a schar for people who did this, tzedakah, and people who davened, and people who, all of the, he showed him in Shemayim. And then he comes across this otza, this storehouse, enormous otza. And Moshe Rabbeinu says to Hashem, who is this for? And he says, this is for the people who have nothing. What does that mean? Bizman, Gemara says in Sanhedrin, Bizman shebeis hamikdash kayim odom makruv ola. When a person, at the time of the Beis Hamikdash, a person brought the korban ola. Schar ola biyodo. He had the merit of the ola in his hand. Mincha, if he brought a mincha, schar mincha biyodo. He had the merit of the mincha in his hand. Aval, mi, shedaito shveila. Somebody who was lowly of spirit. Ma le'olov hakosu ki'ilu hikrif kol hakarbanos kulam. It's as though he brought all of the korbanos, all of them. Somebody who is lowly in spirit, who's humble. It's as though he brought all the korbanos that's possible to. As it says in the pasuk, Zivchei Elokim, the zvachim, the korbanot of Hashem, are a ruach nishbara, a broken spirit. Also, that his tefillah is never refused, despised. Shenema leiv nishba b'nitke, a heart which is broken, and nitke, shattered. Elokim lo tibazeh. Hashem never despises. Person approaches davening tomorrow morning. David HaMelech said about himself, "But I need tefillah with absolutely nothing." He says, "Hashem, I have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't have my Tovim. All I have is my yearning to be close to you." The Rava goes near water. It yearns for the water. It seeks the water. The four species, the Arba, they are all connected with tefillah. The lulav is the spine, the esrog is the heart, the hadas are the eyes, and the willow, Aravot are the lips. They're all connected with tefillah. The mouth is placed between the heart, which reaches up, and the eyes, which when you're davening are supposed to be turned down in humility. Prayer comes from that place. Of course, The spine is when we bend forward. The lips are ani tefillah. The lips are the expression of that connection between the spine and the eyes and the heart. Ani tefillah. David HaMelech. As we said, David HaMelech was born without any rights to life. 70 years of his life he got from Adam Rishon. We have to live that. That's the inyan of the day. That's the avoda of the day. I have nothing. All I have is my yearning to be close. As the willow yearns to be close to the water. It's what in fact David HaMelech lived a life of Tchias HaMesim. He received a gift of extra life. In a sense, we're all living on borrowed time. We borrowed that time from the moment we drew our first breath. It's like David HaMelech. That's the message of David HaMelech's life. He had nothing of his own. As I said, the Aravot thirsts for water. It grows by the river. And that is the avoda of Hoshana Rabbah. Call out in Hashem's name. Honor Hashem. Hoshana. You know, I want to tell you a story. When I've been here a couple of years, and we started, I guess this goes for many people who come to Ohr Somayach. After a couple of years, maybe less, I started to get very depressed. Well, I can't do this, it's too difficult. Learning's too difficult. I remember Rav Mendel's at Weimach Zitzal was standing outside the base measures, the old base, and he said, he saw us looking a little bit restful, and said, Yaakov, what's the problem? I said, I'm not made out for this. I can't do this, it's too difficult. And he said to me, Yaakov, sprinters are for the record book. Life is a marathon. If a person keeps going, if he feels, even if I have absolutely nothing, I have nothing to give you, I have nothing, what do I have? What am I merit? You see me, you see what I think, you see what I do. Am I what I'm supposed to be doing in this world? No. What do I have? All I have is my yearning, my shukra, my desire. And that is a great and awesome power. And that is the otzah for those people who have absolutely nothing. That is the otzah that's reserved when the person feels, I have nothing. I don't have my clothing. I don't have anything. All I have is my desire. A yearning to be close to you. And with that, if we cry out tomorrow morning, Hoshana, Hoshana, save, Hoshana. That's what it means, saving us. I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing. I can bring you nothing. That power in itself, that feeling of having nothing, is a tremendous schus. Each person can take those words and penetrate our heart in this day of the great sealing, Hatimah. Everything we tried to do in Rosh Hashanah, everything we tried to do in Yom Kippur. Okay, we didn't do it. Now, we're going to say this is our last chance, but it's a day that a person can really, really do amazing things. Reach into that desire that's in the heart of all of us. Admit that we have nothing. All we have is a desire to be close to Hashem. And in that case, B'ezrat Hashem, Hashem will seal us all, our families, and all Klal Yisrael, in the book of life for the year.
In Parshas Pinchas, can you hear me? Okay, is this better now? What? Is that better now? Yeah? Okay, we're just doing this to make my life better. Okay. In Parshas Pinchas, it says, Vayidaber Moshe el Hashem limor. Moshe spoke to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and he said, Yifkoid Hashem Elokei aruchos lechol basar. Ish ala Eda. Moshe Rabbeinu was asking HaKadosh Baruch Hu to bring somebody to lead after his passing. The next leader of the Klal Yisrael. Asher yetze lifneim v'asher yovoi lifneim v'asher yotzieim v'asher yivieim v'lo tzia adas Hashem ketzoin asher ein lehem royeh. The Klal Yisrael shouldn't be like a flock that has no shepherd. V'yomer Hashem el Moshe kach lecha es Yoshua bin Nun ish asher ruach boi. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, good, take Yoshua. Yoshua is an ish. Asher ruach boi, he has a special spirit within him. V'samachta es yodcha olav, and you should put one of your hands on his head. Ve'emadato yisrael lifnei Elazar hakohen v'lifnei kol ha'edo, v'tziviso yisrael le'einei. And you should do this all in front of Elazar the Kohen Gadol, in front of Klal Yisrael, that everybody should see that Yoshua is going to be the next leader of Klal Yisrael. V'yas Moshe kasher tziva Hashem oisai. Moshe did as Hashem told him. V'yikach es Yoshua v'yamideu lifnei Elazar hakohen v'lifnei kol ha'edo, v'yismoich es yodav alav v'yitzaveu kasher diva Hashem b'yad Moshe. And Moshe didn't just put one hand on his head, but rather he placed both of his hands on his head. A transference of power, transference of leadership, just like Hashem told him to do. Good. Parshas Pinchas. In Parshas V'zois HaBrocha, which Mitzvah Hashem will read on Shmini Atzeres, there's a pasuk where Yoshua ben Nun mole ruach chochma ki samach Moshe's yodav alav. Yoshua ben Nun is full of chochma, he's full of ruach, because Moshe placed his hands on his head. Ve'yishmu alav b'nei Yisrael v'yasu kasher tziva Hashem es Moshe. There seems to be a fundamental question that needs to be asked over here. If Yoshua was chosen to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu in Parshas Pinchas, so why is the whole thing being mentioned again in V'zois HaBrocha? Why do we need to hear it? And possibly before we answer the question, maybe there's a even more basic question. Why was Yoshua chosen to lead Klal Yisrael after Moshe Rabbeinu died? What is it that Yoshua has that makes him the next leader of Klal Yisrael? Medrash Rabbah says that Yoshua is like a fig. It seems to be a little bit of a strange description. The Chazal teach that the same way that a fig ripens and produces in smaller amounts, so too Yoshua wasn't a brilliant genius who understood Torah effortlessly. Rather, he had to work hard to reach where he reached. Yipshat. There's something special about Yoshua. What is special about Yoshua? Not that he's brilliant and he's able to understand Torah effortlessly, but rather he needs to work hard in order to understand Torah. A little today, a little more tomorrow, a little more the next day, until he becomes Yoshua Asher Ruach Elokim Boy, that he was imbued with the spirit of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It took time. There's a Gemara. Gemara in Baba Basra, Daf Amad Hey, Amad Aleph. When it became clear that Yoshua was going to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu, says the Gemara, Zkenim sheba'oisa ador omu pnei Moshe pnei Chama pnei Yoshua pnei Levana, that Moshe Rabbeinu is like the sun, the Klal Yisrael. Yoshua is like the moon to Klal Yisrael. Oy la oisa busha, say the Zkenim, oy la oisa klima, what a disgrace. The simple pshat of the Gemara is that Moshe Rabbeinu brings Torah into the world. He brings so much light into the world. He brings so much radiance into the world. And Yoshua is really nothing compared to Moshe Rabbeinu. Whatever Yoshua, whatever light he's going to bring into the world, compared to Moshe Rabbeinu as the sun, Yoshua is nothing. It's just the moon. It's hardly any light at all. That's a simple pshat. There's a Chafetz Chaim, the most unbelievable idea always, something extraordinary. Says the Chafetz Chaim, Moshe Rabbeinu is a one-off. Moshe Rabbeinu is the most important, the most significant personality in the history of the world. Moshe Rabbeinu represents the sun because Moshe Rabbeinu brings Torah down into the world. Moshe Rabbeinu lights up the entire world and radiates heat to the entire world because he's a makabel of Torah. There'll never be another Moshe Rabbeinu. The Rambam tells us clearly that there'll never be anybody, there was never anybody like Moshe Rabbeinu, there will be nobody like Moshe Rabbeinu. Which means that when we're looking for somebody to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu, who is the most qualified person to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu? If Moshe Rabbeinu is analogous to the sun, who's the most qualified person to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu? Somebody who's analogous to the moon. Because what does the moon do? The moon doesn't reflect its own light. The moon reflects the light of the sun. Says the Chafetz Chaim, there is nobody more qualified to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu than Yoshua, who reflects the light that Moshe Rabbeinu brought down into the world. If so, says the Chafetz Chaim, why does the Gemara end with the Zkenim saying, Oy la oisa busha, oy la oisa klima? What is the disgrace over here? What disgrace is being spoken about? Says the Chafetz Chaim, the most unbelievable idea. The Zkenim looked at Yoshua and they said to themselves, 40 years ago, when we left Mitzrayim, we were smarter than Yoshua, we were sharper than Yoshua, we understood Torah better than Yoshua. At what point did he overtake us? At what point did he eclipse our brilliance and become the next leader of Klal Yisrael? Says the Chafetz Chaim, when the Zkenim talk about the disgrace, they're talking about their own disgrace. That could have been us. We could have been the ones who were supposed to be leading Klal Yisrael if we would have just continued on the trajectory that we were on. And yet, at the end, who was it who took over? It's Yoshua. Why did Yoshua take over? Says the Medrash Rabbah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu chose Yoshua to lead the Jewish people because of his dedication to Moshe Rabbeinu. Yoshua served Moshe Rabbeinu in every possible way that he could. It just says that Yoshua would get up early in the morning in order to make sure that everything was ready in the base of Medrash when everybody would arrive. And he would leave after everybody had already left because he would take care to tidy everything up. Only Yoshua served Moshe Rabbeinu with all his strength. That's the Hakafot, the most unbelievable idea. According to what the Medrash says, what makes Yoshua different from everybody else is an extra 5 minutes that he dedicated to serving HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That he woke up a little bit earlier than everybody else, and he went to bed a little bit later than everybody else, in order to make sure that their avodas Hashem for the next day should be better than it would have been otherwise. For an extra 5 minutes a day, a person can change from mediocrity to extraordinary. Oy la le'oisa busha, oy la le'oisa chlima, says the Chofetz Chaim. The Tzkanim were talking to themselves, if we would only have dedicated an extra 5 minutes a day, imagine what we could have become. Rabbi, so you hear? Everybody's busy. I understand that everybody here in the yeshiva is learning. That's a Chofetz Chaim. An extra 5 minutes a day is the difference between being mediocre and being extraordinary. In the Sefer Keser Rosh tells over a Maisa from Rav Chaim Volozhiner. When Rav Chaim Volozhiner was 19 years old, Rav Chaim Volozhiner was the foremost student of the Vilna Gaon. And when he was 19 years old, he told the Vilna Gaon that he'd reviewed Seder Moyed 14 times, and he said it still wasn't completely sharp, it still wasn't completely clear in his mind. The Gra, the Vilna Gaon, was very surprised to hear that Rav Chaim wanted to have clarity after reviewing his learning only 14 times. So Rav Chaim Volozhiner asked the Vilna Gaon, if so, how many times is a person supposed to review? How many times is a person supposed to do chazara in order for it to be clear? The Vilna Gaon told him that a person should spend his entire life reviewing, because there's no end to Torah. The more you go over it, the more you review it, the more clarity there is, because Torah gives, Chazara gives a person behirus in his learning, it gives him clarity the more he goes back over it again. What did the Pasuk say? Kach lecha es Yoshua bin Nun, ish asher ruach boy. HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, take Yoshua. Yoshua, because he's a person who has ruach boy. He's imbued with a certain spirit. Ask for Simchat Mikel. Fascinating question. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu to take Yoshua in order to do what? In order to transfer Ruach to Moshe Rabbeinu. In order to transfer this spirit of leadership. Ask for Simchat Zissel. If Moshe was being instructed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu to place his hand on Yoshua's head, so what difference does it make if Yoshua has Ruach or he doesn't have Ruach? Moshe is going to transfer the Ruach to him anyway. It's a great kasha. Kach leches Yoshua binun ish asher ruach boy. And then HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu to place his hand on his head in order to transfer ruach to Yoshua. L'chora, it would seem that anyone could have been chosen to take over from Moshe Rabbeinu if Moshe Rabbeinu was transferring his ruach onto the person anyway. Answers are Simchat Zissel. Gifts from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. A gift from HaKadosh Baruch Hu can give you wisdom. It can give you knowledge. It can give you cunning. It can make you a great organizer. It can make you a superb military strategist. But there's one thing that a gift from HaKadosh Baruch Hu can't give. And that's midas Torah. To have good traits. To be a good person. That's something that each person has to work on by themselves in order to reach that level. So he explains that even though the Ruach would come from a divine transference from Moshe Rabbeinu to Yoshua, that's a Ruach of leadership. But the Ruach of leadership can only be given to somebody who already has his own Ruach inside of him. Somebody who's already worked on himself. Somebody who's already become a better person. Someone who has the midas to be able to deal with people. To be the Mani Gadol, to be the leader of the generation, means that you've got to rise above your own personal needs and your own personal worries in order to take care of everybody else. To focus on the needs of the tzibur, of the community. Yeah. I once read the most beautiful quote. It wasn't attributed to anybody, but it's mamish beautiful. Our worth is not measured, our worth is measured not by the qualities that we were born with, but rather by how much we've worked to perfect the qualities that we were born with. Each person has been given their qualities by Kodesh Baruch Hu. The kasha over here is not whether you have qualities. The kasha over here is what are you going to do with them? Are you going to fine-tune them? Are you going to learn how to use them properly? Yoshua did that. That's a Gemara in Yuma. Daf Ayin Hey Omid Beis. Moshe Rabbeinu went up Har Sinai for 40 days and 40 nights. And Yoshua camped at the foot of Har Sinai. The Gemara dashens out that the mon, the food that came down every day into the camp, into the machane, came down to where Yoshua was every single day. What was Yoshua doing there? For 40 days and 40 nights, why was he there? He was waiting for Moshe Rabbeinu. That was his whole essence. He was scared that if he waited in the machane, if he waited in the camp, then maybe he would be held up for some reason. And when Moshe came down from Har Sinai, he would miss a few moments of being together with his Rebbe. So rather than take the risk, he stayed there by himself next to Har Sinai, waiting for his Rebbe to come down. That's why he was chosen to be the next leader of Klal Yisrael. The emphasis is Moshe Rabbeinu was only willing to give over the Torah to someone who was prepared to sacrifice everything to understand it. It's a Rashi. The second Rashi in Pirkei Avos. Says Rashi, Sheloi rotza lemoisra, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't want to give Torah, he didn't want to give it over, Eile lemisha haya neinis atzmai minu'urav. Only to somebody who was prepared to sacrifice himself in order to be able to receive it. Ba'olei ha'chochma, v'kon hashem tov ba'olam, v'zeu Yoshua. And that's Yoshua, Shneimah, because it says Yoshua bin Nun, na lo yamish mitoich ha'oyel. Yoshua wouldn't miss a moment of being together with his Rebbe. Why? Well, what's the Mishnah teaching us? What is Rashi teaching us? In order to understand the Mishnah and Rashi, we need another Mishnah. This time also in Pirkei Avos, this time in Perek Beis. Says the Mishnah in Perek Beis, Rabbi Yossi Omer, V'askein atzmecha lilmod Torah, she'eina Yerushalach. A person needs to learn Torah because Torah is not an inheritance. What's that? You hear what the Mishnah is teaching? Even if your father is an enormous Talmid Chacham, it's not going to help you if you don't apply yourself to learning Torah. Gershon Edelstein, the late Rosh Hashiva Ponovich, once went to speak to the Chazon Ish. And when he was speaking with him, the Chazon Ish asked him how a particular bracha was doing in the yeshiva. So Rav Gershon told him, he says, the emes is that this bracha is an enigma. He doesn't understand. He says, on the one hand, he was naturally a very gifted, a very bright student. But on the other hand, he wasn't doing well in the yeshiva. He just wasn't learning properly. Gershon said he didn't understand what the problem was. The Chazon Ish told him the most incredible chiddush. Somebody who's talented, somebody who's been blessed with tremendous brachas from HaKadosh Baruch Hu in understanding Torah is called a Baal Kishur. Kishur, talents. Said the Chazon Ish, the word Kishur comes from the word kashrut. Kashrut means appropriate. Food is kosher. If it's kosher, it's appropriate to eat it. Said the Chazon Ish, if a boy's smart, but he's not acting appropriately, then he's not going to succeed in his learning. In other words, if a bracha is lax in learning the prerequisites, the kinyan ha-Torah, in order to acquire Torah, then he doesn't have kishorim. Doesn't have kishorim. Let's go to Rambam. Rambam in Shmona Prokim says that no person is born with predestined superior qualities. And no person is born with innate deficiencies. Each person has their own potential. And each person has to work hard in order to reach their potential. Why? She'ena Yerushalach. That's what the Mishnah says. It's not an inheritance. You can't imagine that you're going to have Torah because it's something that your father had, and your grandfather had, and your great-grandfather had. No, it's something that you have to work on in order for you to be Makne, in order for you to acquire the Torah. I am before you ask. The Torah states the opposite absolutely clearly. Torah teaches us. Torah, Tziva, Lanu, Moshe, Moirasha, Kehilas Yaakov. The Torah is an inheritance. There's Rav Chaim Volozhin in Ruach Chaim. The inheritance, the Morashah of Torah belongs to Klal Yisrael. Belongs to everybody. However, each individual person in Klal Yisrael needs to toil in order to receive their own personal share in Torah. Yeah. Avas HaTorah. Chukas HaTorah. Shmuel Birnbaum, the late Rosh Yeshiva, Yeshiva's Mir in Brooklyn, woke up in hospital after having had a massive heart attack. And the first thing he did was that he called his son over, Rav Osher, who was waiting there, and he asked him for Gemara. His son told him that the doctors had said that he shouldn't be learning. It was going to be too much of a strain. But Rav Shmuel Birnbaum insisted that they fetch him a Gemara. There's someone out to look for one, and he came back to the Masechta Gittin. He sat next to his father, and he started to read him the Gemara. And after a few minutes, Rav Shmuel signaled that he was too weak to continue. And he asked his son to take that Masechta Gittin, and to put it on his heart. Rav Asher very gently took the Masechta and he put it on his father's chest. And then Rav Shmuel asked his son to place Rav Shmuel's hand on the Gemara. And he lay there in the hospital, holding on to the Gemara, so weak he could hardly speak. And then he whispered to his son, "Now sing with me." And he began to sing, Ki heim chayenu bo'oret yomim. Torah is something, without it we can't live. It's our very lives. It's our breath. It's our oxygen. Rabbi Eliezer says that we should learn Torah because it's not a Yerusha. And the Rabbi Eliezer says that the classic example to prove that it's not a Yerusha is Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu wanted one of his children to take over from him. They were right, they were worthy to do it. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, no, it has to be Yoshua. Because leadership, Torah, is not a Yerusha, it's not an inheritance. And that explains why now in the Zoysa Bracha, the story of Yehoshua, it's being repeated again. That he's being placed as a leader of Klal Yisrael, designated as the next leader. I've always said, you know why? We're being taught the biggest lesson of all. We're being taught the infinite possibilities of what we can achieve if we're prepared to dedicate ourselves to understanding our Kodesh Baruch Hu's holy Torah. The truth is, I haven't told you anything that you don't know. You know this already. For the last 50 days, we've been repeating to ourselves exactly that message 2 times a day. We've been reciting the David Hashem. And inside of the David Hashem, what do we say? Achas sha'alti me'eis Hashem oisa avakesh. There's only one thing that I ask of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is what? Shifti b'veis Hashem kol yimei chayai. Let me sit in the home of HaKadosh Baruch Hu every day of my life. And today, Hoshana Rabbah, the last time that we're going to say this in our davening. For those of us at Daven Nusach Ashkenaz, we're only going to say it one more time, and that's tomorrow morning, that's this morning. For those at Daven Nusach Sfad, you'll be able to say it Shabbos, and you'll say it in Mincha as well. But now, today, we're finishing. We finished to say LeDavid Hashem. We finished to say Shifti B'Veis Hashem Kol Yemei Chayai. And then what happened? We move into Shmini Atzeres. We enter into the personal domain of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We enter into Shmini Atzeres ready to reach the only thing of real importance here in this world. So, fascinatingly enough, from a grammatical viewpoint, Achas sha'alti me'eis Hashem should be followed by the words Oisoi Bakashti. Not Oisoi Avakesh. Yet David HaMelech saw fit to write Achas sha'alti me'eis Hashem Oisoi Avakesh. Or if you prefer, David HaMelech, if he says Oisoi Avakesh, so what he should have began with, he should have said is Achad Sha'al Me'eit Hashem. Not Achas Sha'alti. Grammatically, the beginning and the end of the pasuk, they don't seem to match up with each other. What exactly is David HaMelech teaching us from his sentence structure? But we all know, all of us here, that when a person gets older, their requests grow in with a small child wants teddy bears. A bigger child wants Lego. An even bigger child wants a drone. And the biggest child of all wants a sports car. I always say the only difference between adults and children is how much their toys cost. Listen to the most incredible lesson of all that David HaMelech is teaching us. That throughout his entire life, his needs never changed. Achas sha'alti me'eis Hashem. Only one thing he asked from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only one thing. Shifti b'veis Hashem kol yemei chayai. That's where we're supposed to have reached. After having been through Elul, after having been through Rosh Hashanah, after having been through the Aseret Shnei Tshuva, after having been through Yom Kippur, after having been through Sukkot, as we move into Shmini Atzeres, Achas sha'alti me'eis Hashem. Just one thing. Shifty b'veis Hashem kol yimei. That's all I want. Medrash, Parshas Pinchas. HaKadosh Baruch Hu introduces the concept of Shmini Atzeres. He says to Klal Yisrael, Ani v'atem nismach yachad. We'll rejoice together, just you and I. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is telling Klal Yisrael, I'm not going to bother you. Not some big tircha. All you have to do is to bring one ram, one sheep. That's it. Throughout Sukkot, there were multiple korbanos. They were brought every single day. Each day was involved. Each day was detailed. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, no, Shmini Atzeres, just one ram and one sheep. That's it. Says the Medrash that when Klal Yisrael heard that, they started to praise Hashem. They started to sing. To sing about the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to spend his time together with us. They sang a posuk in Tehillim. Kuf Yud Ches. Ze hayoim oso Hashem nagila v'nismecha voy. This is the day that Hashem has made, and we'll rejoice and we'll be glad together with him. Says the Medrash, Omer Rabbi Ovin. Rabbi Ovin says, Nagila v'nismecha voy. What does voy mean? Which detail are we supposed to be happy about? Is it the day of Shmini Atzeres that we're celebrating? Or is it being alone, together, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu that we're celebrating? So Rabbi Ovin cites a posuk from Shir HaShirim, where Shlomo HaMelech says, Moshcheni acharecha narutza, havi'eni amelech chadorov, the king has brought me into his chambers, nagila v'nismecha boch. And we will be glad and will rejoice in you. Explains Rabbi Ovin, boch is referring to boch b'soroscha, that we're celebrating in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Torah. Boch b'yishuoscha. And we're also celebrating HaKadosh Baruch Hu's salvation. Both of them. In Shmini Atzeres, we're supposed to be smeichim b'HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Smeichim b'yishuoscha. We're supposed to be rejoicing in his salvation. That's what Shmini Atzeres is. Shmini Atzeres is the most astonishing day. The Zohar Kodesh describes Shmini Atzeres. He says that on Shmini Atzeres we can ask whatever we want from HaKadosh Baruch Hu because we sit alone with Hashem. There's no one else there. Shmini Atzeres is a day that unifies us together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Says Rav Dessler, Michtav Eliyahu, that when it's whatever we want, it's talking about spiritual things. Dvarim sheberuchnius. You hear? We can ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for anything. Anything that we desire from the spiritual realms can be asked on Shmini Atzeres. Rabbi Isai, you know how we're supposed to feel? Now, at this time, as Sukkot begins to ebb away, with all of our anticipation, the Shmini Atzeres and Simchat Torah, we're supposed to feel a twinge of sadness. Yes, of course we're happy that soon it will be Shmini Atzeres, and soon it will be Simchas Torah. But we have to feel a certain sense of sadness that this incomparable period that began with Rosh Chodesh Elul is coming to an end. We're supposed to feel that poignant sensation of knowing that we can't stop the inexorable march of time. That however much we want to stay in the spiritual cocoon of Elul and Tishrei, we can't. So we grab on to the last fading moments of Sukkot. And we move into Shmini Atzeres, and we move into Simchas Torah with the most sublime knowledge of all. That when we take the Torah with us into the darkness of the winter, we're taking our Kodesh Baruch Hu with us as well. And the Torah becomes our Shmini Atzeres and our Simchas Torah all year long. How do I know? Another Mishnah in Pirkei Avos. Says a Mishnah this time in Perek Gimel. Rabbi Chalafta ben Doisa ish kfar Chananya oime. Asara sheyeshim v'oiskim b'Torah shchina shur b'neihem. When 10 people sit down and learn Torah together, the Shechina cites a pasuk to prove. Asks the Mishnah, Uminayin afilu chamisha. What about only 5 people? If 5 people learn in Torah, do they also have the Shechina there? There's a Mishnah, yes. Cites a pasuk in Amos. Uminayin afilu shloisha. What about if only 3 people are sitting and learning Torah together? There's a Mishnah, yes. The Shechina will be present together with them. And it cites a pasuk in Tehillim. Uminayin afilu shnayim, says the Mishnah. What about if only 2 people are learning Torah together? Yes, also cites a pasuk in Malachi. And then asks the Mishnah, Uminayin afilu echod. What about if just one person is sitting and learning Torah by himself? Even then, the Shechina is true, boy. The Shechina is there together with him, Shneemar, and it cites a pasuk from Shmois, B'chol ha'mokim asher azkir shmi, ovo yalechu v'achticho. Wherever a person sits down and learns Torah, they bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu together. Together with them, you hear? You know what Mishnah is teaching us? The minute we open our hearts to HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Torah, the Shechina joins together with us. When we take the Torah with us, after this sublime and elevated period that we've just been through, we're telling Hashem, I'm not leaving you. And Hashem tells us, and I'm not leaving you. I had a neighbor who told me the most beautiful story. His mother came on Aliyah from America when she was in her late 80s. And when she hit the age of 91, they decided that she probably needed some help. But in order to get help over here, to get an aid, it's a bureaucracy. And they sent a lady to come and interview my neighbor's mother, who was living by herself in her own apartment, to see whether she really deserved to have help or not. There's a whole series of questions that this lady was asking, I guess a social worker, she was asking my neighbor's mother. And then at some point, she says to her, do you live here alone? And she said no. And the social worker knew that this lady was living by herself. She was completely independent. She knew that. So she says to her, really? Who is here together with you? And without batting an eyelid, she said, Hashem. A voice of hip shot. When you live together with Hashem, you're never alone. What's the true function of Shmini Atzeres and Simchas Torah? There's a classic question which is asked. Different approaches from different rabbis. The gist of the question is why isn't Simchas Torah on Shavuos? Why do we seem to have two separate Yamim Tovim commemorating the same thing, which is the Torah? We have Shavuos and we have Simchas Torah. Rav Simcha Zissel Broider, the late Rosh Hashiva of Hebron, has the most beautiful explanation. It says like this: there are two types of gifts in the world. There are gifts that have value because of the value of the gift. For example, like a diamond. Something that has intrinsic value, and these gifts are valuable by virtue of the fact of who gives it to you. I'm sorry, and there are gifts, that's one type of gift, and the second type of gift is gifts that are valuable because of the person that gave it to you. Ask Rav Simcha Zissel Broider, what happens when you have both of these things together? What happens when somebody who you love gives you a valuable gift? Then you have both of these things. What happens when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the greatest gift in the world, the most valuable commodity in the world, which is his Torah? That's not in Torah, that's Shavuos. The gift of the Torah is the most valuable gift in the world. Nothing can compare to Torah's value. And who gave it to us? Melech Malchei Hamloch, King of Kings. How do we celebrate this gift? As simple as this will say. It requires two completely separate days. One day to contemplate the gift itself, and the other day to contemplate the giver. Shavuos is the Yom Tov of the Torah. Shavuos is the day where we need to come to the realization that if it wasn't for the Torah, then there would be no difference between me and anyone else in the world. Try to imagine for a minute. What would our lives look like without Torah? What would our families look like without Torah? Imagine a week without Shabbos. Imagine a year without the Yom Tovim. What would our children look like if we don't have the Torah to guide them? Where would we be? Explains Rav Simcha Zissel that the Torah is so valuable that it requires a day just to sit and appreciate what it is. To say thank you to Hashem. The Hashem who gave us His Torah Semes, who implanted inside of us eternal life. Ki hein chayenu v'orech yameinu. That's Shavuot. But it's not possible for us on the same day to fully understand who the giver is. That requires a second day. That requires Shmini Atzeres. That requires Simchas Torah. Shmini Atzeres, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes to us and He tells us, Everybody has left. Their party is over. And our party is just beginning. I want you to stay with me one extra day. There are no special mitzvahs. There's no lulav. There's no esrog. There's no sukkah. There's no 70 nations to offer up korbanos for. It's just us and Hashem. It's a day that we concentrate on Melech, Malchei Hamlochim, on the King of Kings. It's a day that's dedicated to the giver of the priceless gift that is the Torah. Shavuos allows us to celebrate the Torah itself. Because Torah allows us to contemplate the greatness of the giver of the Torah. So all-encompassing is the Torah that even Yoshua used it to prove a point to his Rebbe. The Gemara in Shmura, Daf Tes Zayin, Amud Aleph says, Omar Rav Yudah, Omar Rav, B'shah shenifta Moshe Rabbeinu legan Eden. Just before Moshe Rabbeinu left this world, Omar lo li Yoshua, he said to Yoshua, Sha'al mimeni kol seika sheyesh lach. Ask me anything. Whatever's not clear, this is the moment to ask me. Omar lo, Yoshua said to him, Rebbe, hinachtich v'alachti lemokom acher. Did I leave your side for one moment? Lo kach katavti bi u'mashosa Yoshua binu na lo yomish mitoich ha'oil. You wrote about me yourself. In the Torah Hakadosh, you wrote that I never left your side. Yoshua is telling Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't have to ask you anything. I know everything is clear. Whatever it is that you taught me, I know it. Also, Grizz. It's like that from Brisk. Yoshua is standing in front of Moshe Rabbeinu. They both know the reality. They both know that Yoshua never left Moshe Rabbeinu's side. They both know that. Why on earth is Yoshua proving to Moshe Rabbeinu through a pasuk? He could have just told him, Rebbe, I never left your side. And the answer is, you know why? You know why Yoshua is quoting a pasuk from the Torah to prove something that they both know? Because there's no reality in our world aside from the Torah HaKadosh. That's all there is. Just Torah. That's what Shmini Atzeres and Simchat are all about. To let us know absolutely, without any doubts whatsoever, that our lives must revolve around the Torah. That our lives must revolve around the Ratzon of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I always like to quote at this time of the year, very short, a very beautiful idea from the Kiddushei HaRim, the first Ger Rebbe. Said that on Simchas Torah, we're not celebrating the end of the Torah reading cycle. Rather, we're celebrating the beginning of a brand new cycle. We don't finish V'zois HaBrocha and stop. Rather, what do? We open the beautiful, pure Torah to the very first column, and we begin anew, creating an eternal circle. And then we can truly take this exalted time with us into the rest of the year. In effect, on Shmini Atzeres And on Simchat Torah, we turn to our Father in heaven, to Avinu Shebashamayim, and we say to him, Achas sha'alti me'eis Hashem, oiso avakesh. There's only one thing that I ask from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and that is, Shifti beveis Hashem kol yemei chayai, that I should be able to live in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's home all the days of my life. Amen. Amen.